wait for the green light of Alessandro.
Yep.
Okay. Buongiorno. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome you all for our second day of Arctic Connections. Today's event is co-organized by the COI, by the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, and by the High North Center for Business Governance of the North University of Bodo. I would like to remind that Arctic Connections is organized in collaboration with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation, and the Italian Navy, and AB Aqua. Since 2016, COI organizes a university master program in sustainable development, geopolitics and resources and Arctic studies. Now it is 8th edition. And since 2018, COI is a member of the non-profit association UNArctic, which regroups universities, research institutes focused on Arctic studies. Yesterday, the debate has been around space and Arctic. As you know, space has become more and more relevant for telecommunications, observation purposes, including those related to climate change and defense. Today, we have a roundtable, Arctic 8 and beyond, the state of geopolitics, security, and governance in the region. And the panel, Youth and Arctic Space, Best Practices and Opportunities. For decades, Arctic has been considered mainly for scientific and research purposes. Russia, and before the Soviet Union, felt protected by the hostile nature of the Arctic. The melting of the polar ice caused by climate change has changed the equation. The Arctic is not anymore inaccessible. These are the main consequences of climate change in the Arctic region. First, it has opened the door to the exploration and exploitation of natural resources, oil and gas, respectively 12.5% and 32% of the world reserves, critical minerals, for instance, lithium, rare earths. We are talking about resources not only necessary to produce energy, but indispensable for the green transition and for the development of new technologies, including weapons systems. Second, the so-called North Sea route is becoming a reality, at least for a few months a year. We are talking about a quicker, according to some analysts, 27% quicker route, which means a less expensive way between Asia, in particular North China, Japan, South Korea, and Europe. The Suez Canal and the Mediterranean risk to become less relevant. Russia understood the importance of the North Sea route and started to develop logistics, ports suitable for the polar climate, for instance, and to invest in icebreaker ships. Sea is important not only for transports, but also for connectivity, electric connections, internet lines, gas and oil pipelines. Only in the North Sea, there are 9,000 kilometers of pipelines. International projects to develop land transport and communications, although not only based on land, like the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative or the corridor between India, Middle East, and Europe, IMEC, launched during the G20 New Delhi in 2023, will have an important role to play, although experts deem that in the short and medium term, maritime routes are less expensive than land ones. Third, environment. Because of the acceleration of climate change, Arctic is becoming more and more relevant for research and study purposes. Arctic can help us in understanding better climate change, its consequences, and how to adapt to climate change and to mitigate its effects. Last but not least, security and defense. Arctic is the new frontier of strategic competition between powers, especially, but not only, great powers, and more generally between Russia and the West. More and more actors, like China, consider Arctic a strategic interest. The declaration of President Trump on Greenland and on the importance of this huge island for US security is the last and more evident episode which makes clear the sensitivity of Arctic for defense purposes. In the Arctic region, the United States have a base in Greenland, in Pituffik, the former Thule, and different bases in Alaska. Recently, President Putin inaugurated a new nuclear submarine in Murmansk. Ironically, it was in Murmansk that President Mikhail Gorbachev in 1987 spoke about a new era of cooperation for the Arctic. Maybe one day Gorbachev will be evaluated. And again, recently, Svalbard became a very sensitive subject issue. If polar ice melts, Russia, which has 7,000 kilometers of borders in the Arctic, which are 3 times longer if you consider the Arctic Russian islands, might feel threatened. The West shared the same concerns, in front of a Russia considered more and more aggressive. According to US Naval War College, the US have only 2 icebreakers, while Russia has 46 plus 11 under construction. If we look at NATO globally, the difference in number of icebreakers with Russia plus China is less dramatic, thanks to the contribution of Finland, Canada, Sweden, and other countries of the region, like Norway, Denmark, Germany, etc. But we are still 49 icebreakers for Russia and China versus 35 for NATO. The title of our roundtable is Arctic 8 and Beyond, the State of Geopolitics, Security and Governance in the Region. I've already mentioned geopolitics and security, but there is also governance. More important becomes the Arctic. There will be more of a risk of military confrontation, more need we'll have of a stronger international cooperation. After the aggression of Russia to Ukraine, the Arctic Council, an innovative and pragmatic system of multilateral cooperation, is a lame duck, if not in pieces. International cooperation in the Arctic is of paramount importance, not only to diffuse tensions. We need an holistic approach towards important issues, like the exploitation of natural resources, which cannot be separated from the respect and preservation of the environment, as well as the rights of people living in the region. Part of these people are indigenous. Arctic 8 and Beyond means that we must go beyond in the existing international cooperation. We must find new ways of collaboration. Is it possible, regardless or in spite of the Russia-Ukraine war? Pending the conflict with Russia, could be realistic to find new ways of cooperation in a region so important for the well-being of the whole humanity? These are the questions we must answer. Of course, in the background, there is a future hope to open a new chapter of cooperation with Russia in a more peaceful world. Thank you. Now give the floor to Andreas Ostagen.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for those coming back, returning to this room, to those of you who are new. I don't know if there are any of you who didn't participate yesterday, but then welcome. My name is, as was highlighted, Andreas Østhagen. I'm a senior researcher at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute in Oslo. If you haven't been to Oslo, you should go. If you don't know who Fridtjof Nansen is or was, and you're interested in Arctic affairs, you probably should Google Fridtjof Nansen. He was a Norwegian polar explorer, eventually a diplomat who won the Nobel Peace Prize. So we are working at an institute based in his home. It's a rather beautiful place, maybe not as beautiful and old as this building. I don't know, how old is this building, Alessandra? Middle Ages, okay. We can't compete with that at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, but it's still a rather historic place in a Norwegian context. And what we do at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, we do research, academic research on the Arctic. But in fact, it's not one academic who works on the Arctic. We have actually 17 different scholars who work on different aspects of the Arctic. Why? The Arctic is 4% of the globe. 4%. Just think of that, right? More than 70% of the globe is ocean, right? So less than 30% of the globe is land. The Arctic is 4% of the globe. Just the Arctic Ocean in and of itself is 6 times bigger than the Mediterranean Ocean, right? You in Italy might get annoyed and if someone said the geopolitics of the Mediterranean, because you would ask, which part are we talking about? Again, the Mediterranean Sea is 6 times smaller than the Arctic Ocean. So we're talking about a vast space, right? That includes 8 countries, all time zones due to geography, and also includes 4 million people. I'm from the Arctic. I grew up above the Arctic Circle. There's 4 million people living in the Arctic. The majority of them live in the Norwegian Arctic, the Finnish Arctic, the Swedish Arctic, and the Russian Arctic. And the reason for why I'm highlighting these, say, basic facts, basic nuances that you can find if you Wikipedia, Google the Arctic, is because when we talk about Arctic geopolitics, Arctic governance, Arctic shipping, Arctic resource extraction, Arctic climate change, we need to be very specific about which part of the Arctic we're talking about and what issue are we talking about. And that's also what we'll get to today in this session on geopolitics and security. And also, if you want to link Italy to the Arctic, and there's many ways to do it, right? But if you want to link Italy to the Arctic, you need, again, to be specific. Are we talking about space industry? Are we talking about Italy's role as a NATO member, a NATO state that operates above the Arctic Circle? Are we talking about Italy's role in global governance, impacting the law of the sea or impacting, say, the International Maritime Organization? Again, we need specificity. That's what we do at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute in Oslo. I welcome you all to visit. If you come to Oslo, you should come and have a coffee with us in the home of Fridtjof Nansen. Okay, that was a very brief introduction to the Fridtjof Nansen Institute and also the purpose of basically the workshop and the roundtable that we have today. I guess we should just commence with the roundtable, unless I'm mistaken. Yes, I'm looking at Alessandra. Yeah. Okay. Then we continue. Thank you. Yeah, they will. Yeah. So I invite the participants to come up on stage to join me here. You need that. Yeah. Yeah.
Checking on lunches.
Checking what I have to say.
Okay.
Okay, let's start this again. As I try to highlight in my very brief opening remarks, right? This is now supposed to be a more informal workshop. Doesn't feel very informal, to be honest. We're sitting at this big table looking at you, you look at us. Many of you have suits and even ties on. I took off my tie this morning. I thought, now we're going to be casual. It's not Friday, but almost. So the point here is to have a more direct and honest conversation, if you will. And I want you, as the audience as well, to think about questions. And I will be mindful of allowing a lot of time for your questions, your input. No question is stupid, no question is dumb, or if you want to make remarks, if you want to contribute, that's the point here, right? We have, and I was bragging about the Fridtjof Nansen Institute earlier for a reason, because we have several researchers here with us from the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, young, relatively young, aspiring researchers. I used to be a young, aspiring researcher, maybe not so much anymore. But we have with me, to my right here, we have Iselin Nemeth-Winther, who is a researcher at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute. So Iselin is looking into local geopolitics, if you will. I mean, yesterday it was said by the audience that all politics is local, right? Iselin looks at the local communities in the Arctic and how they are impacted by Arctic geopolitics, and also how they influence Arctic geopolitics. It's not often this monodirectional way that governments decide what to do and then the communities are just saying yes, thank you. Instead, in the Arctic, we see clear examples of communities being participatory in Arctic geopolitics. And then to her right again, we have Andreas Raspotnik. I mean, you probably saw too much of Andreas yesterday. He is on this panel again today. He goes on almost every panel. No, but in addition to being the director of the Heinrich Center, which actually the position he started today, Andreas has been an academic looking into Arctic security, Arctic governance for 15 years or so. If you want to read about the EU in the Arctic, I don't know what your feelings are about the EU as Italians. I don't know. We as Norwegians, we often have an ambivalent relationship with the EU. But Andreas has written the only book that exists on the EU in the Arctic. So he's the expert on that topic. Then to his right again, we have Serafima Andreeva. I introduced her to you yesterday. If you were here, if you're new, Serafima is also a researcher at the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, an expert on governance, on the Arctic Council, governance mechanisms, Norwegian, but with Russian heritage. So she also tries to understand Russia's position in the Arctic, which is quite important if you want to understand the Arctic. And then last but not least, not an Andreas or someone from the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, but Marco Dordoni. He's a PhD researcher at the University of Perugia, also spends quite some time in the Norwegian Arctic at the University of Tromsø, focusing on security, focusing on NATO. So we can discuss NATO's role in the Arctic or Italy's role via NATO in the Arctic. So that's the experts that I have with me here. And the point again is to have a conversation, short introductions. If you talk for more than 7 minutes, I will get mad. I will start cutting you off. I think I told you 10 minutes in an email, so we'll see. Let's start with you, Marco, actually. Since we've heard from some of these participants previously, I want to get your perspectives. I mean, starting local. As an Italian who focuses on security and geopolitics, tell us about your perspectives on NATO in the Arctic.
Thank you, Andreas, for a very nice introduction. I would take a few seconds to extend my gratitude to COE for including me in this important event and in this special issue and timely issue. And for me, this is a very special place because it's here that 3 years ago I started to explore and study about the Arctic. So today my presentation, as Andreas said, will be focused on NATO perspective, particularly involved in the Arctic region during last years. Yesterday, Dr. Raspotnik mentioned the concept of new realities. So today my presentation aims to understand how these new realities are impacting on the role of NATO in the Arctic. So let me start. Okay, good start. I don't know. Yeah, if you can may turn over, thank you. Yeah, let me start to highlight the key drivers and interests of NATO in the Arctic. So as we can see in this slide, in particular from a security point of view, the Arctic could be divided in 3 different sub-regions. So we have North American Arctic with Alaska and Canada, Russian Arctic along Russian coast, and then European Arctic with Nordic countries and Nordic countries and okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. European Arctic, so Nordic countries plus Greenland, at least before Trump's election. So the last one that I mentioned, European Arctic, also known as I-North, is the primary area of operation and strategic interest for NATO. So we can focus more on the interest and the key drivers. So, but why is so important European Arctic for NATO? As stated in the North Atlantic Treaty signed in 1949 by 12 state members, among them 5 were Arctic states, the main target of NATO is Russia. On 2022, NATO published the last strategic concept, one of the most important document for strategy about the alliance, where for the first time mentioned and insert also the I-North as a proof of the growing interest in this area. In the point 8, specifically, NATO resumed also the key drivers and interest in the Arctic. So the document highlighted Russian Federation as a main target, as an existential threat, nuclear deterrence, disrupted dual use that today we also call and is also a tool of hybrid threat in the Arctic as well as in the Baltic Sea. Military build-up that is really important and really worry in the Arctic Russian coast. And then the threat of freedom of freedom of navigation. That's one of the pillars of UNCLOS, and also yesterday mentioned in the first part of this conference. And last but not least, in the point 11, also the cooperation between Russia and China that is becoming more and more a threat for NATO. So, like briefly, here rapidly, the Kola Peninsula, where all the worries of NATO are focused on. The Kola Peninsula is really close to the border of Finland and also Norway. And also it's really important because it's the house of Northern Fleet and nuclear submarines that mentioned also the ambassador before. It's important also for Olenia base, very, very important because Ukrainian attack last year that interconnect directly Arctic with the war of Ukraine, and it's important base of Russian drones and also air forces are there. So, and yeah, and very briefly, also this bastion defense and GEO gap and bear gap is really, really important for anti-submarine warfare, where we talk about NATO and when we talk about Arctic, it's very, very important and is becoming more and more important as during the Cold War. So briefly, okay, I mentioned about key drivers and interests, but I mentioned also that my presentation is titled New Realities. So these key drivers and interests were at least before January 2025, because in January 2025, like started the new administration of US of US, and Trump with public declarations and about Arctic, but about also NATO, has revolutioned all the strategic and key drivers of NATO that now have to rethinking its strategy. So how is this new reality impacting NATO? So the shift of US interest toward the Pacific, where there is the main threat in the head of Trump, so China, compelled Europe and NATO to increase the military expenses from 2% to 3% in a very short time, but the target is 5%. So it's a very, very important effort in the future of Europe and NATO. And this also has prompted Europe with endorsement of NATO to revive the European defense community model, which was stalled in 1954 due to the de Gaulle veto, with a new approach, with a new design, rearm Europe. And also with new actors, France and Great Britain, like new nuclear umbrellas, replacing US. So what I'm trying to do in this presentation, 10 minutes is very briefly to describe the big picture. I hope I have 2 minutes, 1 minute, okay? How is this reality impacting in the NATO, in the INOR specifically? Because I talked about NATO in general, but now in INOR. So we saw the recent statement regarding Greenland stated of Trump that triggered a snowball effect, strengthening Nordic defense cooperation. Greenland has a strategic focus for NATO, but also for Denmark, that invested 5 billion crowns. Non-Arctic states taking a leading role. I mentioned Great Britain, that also, besides the nuclear deterrence, also want to have a primary role in the submarine warfare, and commitment to defend Denmark, not just for the Nordic states, but also for France and Germany and Netherlands, for example. And the very last, I tried to draw the possible future scenarios also, because last week I was in Buda, and I had an exercise that stretched my mind. So I tried best case scenario. Best case scenario is like the defense of northern flank is managed through EU and NATO cooperation, with the US shifting primary focus to South China, but remaining present. Worst case scenario, high US withdrawal from NATO, and high North leaving the region. Like other Arctic sub-regions, under the influence of great powers. So the great powerization that also mentioned yesterday about my colleague Serafima. So I want to conclude with a provocation. At that point, will NATO survive? Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Grazie and tusen tack.
Tusen tack, Marco. So I wanted to ask you a couple of follow-ups based on your reflections. And let's start with Greenland, the whole Greenland mess, right? That you allude to. Can you help us better understand what's going on in the head of Donald Trump? I mean, it's a difficult task, I know. But let's be honest. If we look at Arctic geopolitics, Arctic security, Greenland is not the most important. Right? Yes, the US already has a military base, the Pituffik base on the north-west side of the island. That base is there to manage ballistic threats, incoming threat, missiles, bombers from Russia. Beyond that, Greenland is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Russia. I mean, Alaska you can walk from Alaska to Russia in wintertime. In Norway, Sweden, you can walk across the border if you're allowed to, right? We are much closer to Russia. Alaska is much closer to Russia. Greenland is far away, right? China is not present in Greenland. There were talks a decade ago about Chinese companies maybe investing in mineral operations on Greenland. That never materialized. Danish government or in the Kingdom of Denmark was also very anti that approach. Today they say that there's less than 100 Chinese people on Greenland, and they predominantly work in the fishing industry or in the fishing processing plants, right? So China is not present on Greenland. Russia is far away, and that threat from ballistic missiles is managed through the Pittufik Air Base. Why then has the Donald Trump administration started? I mean, one thing is these initial ideas before the election on Greenland. There was an election a couple of weeks ago, right? But even now, why do we still hear these questions about Greenland? The US needs Greenland for its security. It doesn't really make sense. Or something that I'm missing?
No, thank you for the question. It's very difficult. Also, briefly and also to sum up, I thought was hard, like you as a chair, but not too hard like this question. But yeah, like I start with Greenland, the value of Greenland in the head of Trump. It's really difficult to enter in the head of Trump today. But I think Greenland is very important for three main reasons, if I can highlight. The first is the pivot that Greenland and also the strategical location that Greenland, the Greenland geographical values is for Trump in towards China and South China Sea. The second, it's like the Trump will to make a story, to make a historical footprint. It's very evident about this because Trump is not interested just for security, just for rare earths. That parenthesis, it's not true, in my opinion, to talk about rare earths and critical materials today. I think EU is investing a lot of time, a lot of infrastructure, but in my opinion, it's like very long process. So it's really difficult to think about exploiting Greenland rare earths because there is no infrastructure to connect the mining and parts. But closes the parenthesis. So historical footprint is the second, and the third. It's like to compel you and NATO to understand that something is changing. So it's like a wake-up call, but very strong wake-up call about you, but in particular about NATO. So like invest in defense and try to understand that there is no US, that something happened. Goes and defend yourself. So this is
I think that's a very good point, especially the latter point, forcing European allies to take care of it, complaining that the Kingdom of Denmark has not done enough to protect or invest in Greenland. Therefore, you put pressure on. But can I ask you a quick follow-up on the role of Italy, since you're the Italian on this panel? And I asked this question yesterday as well to for example, the Admiral about Italy's role in this. I mean, NATO has 32 members now. Italy is southwards facing. It's quite a far distance from Italy to the Arctic. But we're having an Arctic Connections now for the 6th time here in Rome. And there's even talk about an updated Arctic policy from the Italian government. There's being discussions now in the Italian parliament about the Arctic. Linking Italy to Arctic security, how do you do it?
Yeah, so in my opinion, Italy, also historically, the value of Italy and the importance of Italy in diplomacy, and we have here some students in the diplomatic course, is like the main skill is diplomacy. It's sit in the important tables. That's why Frattini in 2009 decided to enter in the Arctic Council. And then like their mission was accepted 4 years ago. But Italy has not the capabilities and the structure to maintain a stable presence in the Arctic. Can do it like into NATO umbrella, but it's a signal. It's a signal to sit, maybe in the second line, but it's in a very important region that will become more and more important. And in my opinion, this also the exercises that held here in Italy, in the Alps 2 weeks ago, was a very important signal that Italy is present and Italy wants to sit in this table for many reasons, like linked more in economics than politically and security, but also to support in a political and security, something that is changing because without US and with France and UK, Italy, that's very important and a remarkable story, is a founder country of EU, can take a role, important role.
Perfect, thank you. If you have questions for Marco, critical questions about Italy's role, NATO security, write them down now, and then you'll ask them in a bit, okay? Andreas Respotnik, I don't want to turn to you right now, but just note what he said about the EU. I want you to talk about the EU and the role of Italy in Arctic. But before that, I want to give the floor to my colleague Iselin Nemeth-Winther. As I highlighted, she's a researcher and focuses on the local developments. So Iselin, tell us how these things interlink. You can get this one.
Morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and thank you for having me, CEO. So as Andreas said, I'm very interested in the link between the global and the local, and that's very prominent in the Arctic region. So we tend to treat the Arctic states, or the whole of the Arctic states, at least when we talk about geopolitics, as that the whole Arctic states are Arctic, but in reality only a few, like some parts of the Arctic states are actually located above the Arctic Circle. And these are the areas which are actually the focal point of the international attention. So when we're talking about new ports for potential new shipping routes or extraction of resources or climate change science, we're always talking about the northern part of the Arctic states. So what I'm trying to look at, I'm trying to divide my analysis into 3 levels. So you have the international level, the national level, and the local level. And when I do this, we kind of get to see more dynamics coming into play because, so when I'm referring to the local level, I mean the local actors above the Arctic Circle, mainly the local subnational governments above the Arctic Circle. So when you're trying to look, so my point is that the interests and the discourses in the north does not always align with the discourse and interest of the state, and it certainly does not always align with the interest and discourse from international actors. So while the local levels around the Arctic is highly different, you could say that the European Arctic or the Norwegian Arctic is quite different from the Canadian Arctic. In the Norwegian Arctic, we have big cities like Tromsø and Bodø, or at least they're big in a Norwegian scale, while the Canadian Arctic or the North American Arctic is much more sparsely populated and they sort of lack infrastructure. But what all these local levels within the Arctic have in common is that they are placed far away from the capitals. In most cases, the Arctic Circle is 100 or even 1,000 miles away from the capitals, which means, as I said before, that the perceptions and the interest will not necessarily align. So I like to say that the local levels are kind of, while they are a political periphery within their own states, but they are in the center of the state's foreign policy security policy and often also defense policy, at least in the Scandinavian Arctic. So this has been very notable the last months with the case of Greenland. I think it's fair to say that Greenland has not been like the center of the domestic political discourse within the Kingdom of Denmark the last couple of decades, but it's certainly in the center of the foreign and security policy right now. So basically, I'm trying to look at how international interests and geopolitical developments are affecting the local level, but also how the local level can affect global trends. And Arctic governance is a good place to start to do so. The last decades, Arctic governance has kind of expanded to include way more actors than it used to be. There is a lot of interest from non-Arctic states and non-Arctic actors, and this is visible, for example, in the Arctic Council. While the last decades, the Council have obtained more and more observers, the subnational governments of the Arctic region is not represented. And you could say that this is not like a big problem because the council is first and foremost a scientific research council, and they do research on climate change and environmental issues. But the council is also kind of setting is kind of being represented there is kind of the same as saying that you're a rightful stakeholder. So by not including the subnational actors, they are kind of not taking into account in Arctic governance on a regular basis. Do I still have time? Okay. So there has been some responses from the local level in the Arctic. So in 2019, a new forum was established, which is called Arctic Mayors Forum. It consists of 19 municipalities in the Arctic, in all the Arctic states except Russia. And one of the main goals of the forum, what they stated was that they wanted to be included in national and international governance of the Arctic region. Greenland has also tried to advocate for the next CAO, the Senior Arctic Official, to the Arctic Council, which is a high-level official from each Arctic state. Greenland wants the Danish or the representative from the Kingdom of Denmark to be Greenlandic. And they're still kind of negotiating, I think, or they haven't decided. So there is some... the local level are trying to be more engaged and influenced, but it's quite hard. Like the new Arctic Mayors Forum, it's hard to kind of have the economy to keep the organization running because it consists of smaller municipalities in the north. And I think the final point would be like, why is this important? So I think this is also important if you look at security issues, because you could see that states are kind of trying to take use of cleavages within states if they want to kind of influence other states. You can see that Russia has some influence campaigns trying to make divisions within states. And I would also say that, or I think also the Trump administration has kind of tried to play on the fact that Denmark, the Kingdom of Denmark has kind of not prioritized Greenland for the last decades and want to try to play on the discontent in Greenland to kind of get support, but that hasn't really worked. So I think I'm going to stop there.
Perfect, thank you. Then just to follow up on that point, I mean, the center-periphery conflict that you allude to. I mean, you highlight the Greenland Kingdom of Denmark case, and it's a kind of an obvious one, right? Because Greenland has its own self-government, and and the Kingdom of Denmark, or Denmark, Copenhagen is located far away. But in a Norwegian context then, I mean, you can get in a car in Oslo. We both live in Oslo. We're both from the north. We both live in Oslo. We can get in our cars and we can drive to the Arctic. It takes us 16, 17 hours to drive to Bodø, maybe a bit longer to Tromsø, where you're from. Do you see a difference there in the way that the Norwegian Arctic populations are perceiving security and their interests vis-a-vis the government in Oslo?
I think it's more prominent with the case of Denmark and Greenland because the distances are further and perhaps also the cultural differences are huger. But there's also this dynamics within Norway. We had a case in 2019 where the state was allowing American nuclear-powered submarines to dock in a civilian harbor in Tromsø. The municipality and the population didn't really like that because they hadn't gotten the information, preparedness information. So the Tromsø municipality actually voted against allowing the nuclear submarines to dock, but the state kind of overruled that decision. So there has been some, I mean, with growing tension and more military presence and activity, there have been some tension between the interest from the north and the state. But then again, I've used the last kind of months to read through Norwegian's newspapers to kind of try to just get a sense of what the discourse, the security discourse in the north is. And in many cases, the op-eds are calling for stronger measurements, stronger security measurements, and from the states, also in the north. So,
and that was a change after 2022, I assume.
Yeah.
So before 2022, there was discussions: do we have too much American or allied presence? And now that's changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. One quick follow-up as well. Since again we're in Italy and the Eternal City. For Italian decision makers, for Italian students, whether PhD or master students, for Italian journalists, why does this matter? I mean, why does the fact that there might be discrepancy between the national governments of the Arctic countries and the people living in the Arctic in terms of security, how should that influence policies or Italy's approach to the Arctic?
That's a very good question, but I think if you want to engage in Arctic politics or issues, I think you'll have I think the influence will get bigger if you actually know the complexities of the states or the region you want to engage in. So just by being, just by knowing the complexity of the Arctic, I think that would help if you want to engage. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Again, if you have questions for Iselin, comments, write them down. I want to turn to perhaps an actor that often, sometimes at least, does not seem to understand or at least not convey understanding of the complexities of the Arctic. And then I'm talking about the EU. At least the EU's initial Arctic policies were often very much big words. We need an Arctic treaty, or a ban on seal products from Canada caused quite a lot of concern in Canadian-EU relations. I guess the EU has gotten a bit better, right, Andreas Respotnik? I want to give the floor to you to talk a bit about EU's role in this, Italy's role in the EU, but also the wider Arctic security concerns.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, Andreas. And again, thank you very much to SIOI to keep on connecting us here via Arctic Connections. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity also from a High North Center and a Fridtjof Nansen Center perspective. I mean, where to start with the European Union in the Arctic? I think the main starting point, again, I would like to make what you excellently started with is let's again focus a bit on the Arctic. Which Arctic are we talking about? Why is the Arctic of importance for Europe, for the rest of the world? Why is it not important? And I think in that regard, it's important to look back a bit what has happened over the last 30 years. In the beginning, you mentioned the Murmansk speech of President Gorbachev. And I don't want to go like all history nerdy in this, you know, sorry. But if we look back in these 30 years of what a lot of researchers and academics mentioned as Arctic exceptionalism, the Arctic was placed in, I would say, a rather positive area of also international relations, you know, where we saw the end of the Soviet Union, the end of history, and we thought we overcome conflict between states. And the Arctic was well placed in that discussion, and for some Arctic actors, Arctic researchers, Arctic stakeholders, maybe even placed outside the discussion because there was an active interest in bringing more non-Arctic actors into the Arctic. When I remember when I wrote my PhD on the EU and the Arctic, I found reference in the Arctic Council archives from 1999 that said that the official Russian point at that point was that the Arctic Council could be the window for the could be the Arctic window for the European Union to be more engaged in Arctic affairs. So there was active movement or active thinking, considerations about how to bring the European Union closer to Arctic affairs in the end of the 90s, in an era when Western-Russian relations were rather positive, you know, and we saw like, okay, the end of the history, what comes next in that relation and what comes next for Europe. And I think we all know that has changed. The Arctic per se has not changed in many ways, I would say. Serafima will talk a bit about governance and the legal perspective to it, but we often forget when we talk about the Arctic, as you said, that the Arctic, there are many Arctics, that the Arctic in many ways is still a periphery. I mean, if you look at the people that live here in the Arctic, they can tell you stories about how it is to be in the Arctic, even in populated places like Bodø and Tromsø during winter times, you know. So Marco alluded a bit to the critical mineral stories. I mean, if you go back 15 years ago and you talk about oil and gas potential, you know, the Arctic was the next big thing, you know, and we all know that this is not the case, you know, because of the economics, because of the peripheral status. We'll have to see if critical minerals is the next big thing in the Arctic or not, you know. So the Arctic, in our imagination, our understanding is many things, you know, and it's difficult sometimes to grasp what the future will hold. But I think in that regard, again, it's important to distinguish the many Arctics of the Arctics. And in then comes the European Union. Again, I think coming from a European Union state like Austria, you know it in Italy, it's very popular for researchers, for policymakers to I need to talk in here, sorry, to be more critical about the European Union than other actors, you know, for good reasons and for bad reasons. I mean, we all know that the European Union is a very distinct animal in international relations. It's not an international organization, but it's a so-called supranational organizations, you know, where member states or states come together, you know. They try to solve problems together. Initial idea was the unique peace project that is the European Union, you know, where a continent was brought together after 2 world wars, you know. So again, understanding that complexity the European Union is as an international actor, as an actor in itself, and then bringing this complexity in a region that is itself rather complex, you know, the Arctic. What is the European Union in the Arctic? You know, the European Union in the Arctic is first and foremost 3 member states that are Arctic. Sweden and Finland, first and foremost, then the Kingdom of Denmark. As we heard just now, the Kingdom of Denmark is Greenland, Denmark, and the Faroe Islands, where only Denmark is considered an EU member state, or is an EU member state. Greenland is an Arctic entity, but not part of the European community or European Union. And then you have Sweden, Iceland, and Norway that are very closely connected to the European Union, but not EU member states. So that is the European Arctic. That is one level of analysis when we look at the EU and the Arctic. Then you have further connections like the economic connections the EU holds with the European Arctic, for example. You have the research efforts, the funding the EU and its member states put into Arctic research. And you, of course, you have the broader level of governance, et cetera, et cetera. So again, this is more like the starting point. What is the EU in the Arctic? Next point, we have to think about the EU has an Arctic policy. As you rightly said, ever since 2008, there's a distinct Arctic policy developed by the EU Commission, and now together with the External Action Service, so-called joint communications. They have been 4 since 2008. The last was in 2021. kind of summarizing as an umbrella policy in 15 to 20 pages, what can the EU do or what will the EU do in the Arctic? Again, keeping in mind which Arctic are we talking about and what are the competences the EU has as a supranational entity in a complex region like the Arctic. That brings me to another point looking at the room here. There is an Arctic policy the European Union has. Is there a Mediterranean policy the European Union has? There's been a Barcelona process and other things, but there's no policy the EU has for a complex region that is the Mediterranean. But there is one they have for the Arctic. What does that say about the Arctic? What does it say about us, researchers, stakeholders, or the EU? It's complex again, you know. I mean, what is the Arctic? You know, I mean, Andreas and I keep on talking with journalists for 15 years now, retelling the Arctic story, for example, that resources in the Arctic, yeah, there are resources, but it's difficult to exploit them, you know, and it's not feasible in many ways. So again, how do you bring that in a policy that is the Arctic, you know? So again, it's an EU Arctic policy, 15 to 20 pages to kind of summarize what the EU has in mind when it comes to the Arctic. 3 main pillars: climate change and research efforts in that regard. The second one is the sustainable development of the European Arctic. Again, what is the European Arctic? And then the third point is international governance and the EU's efforts to maintain the Arctic as a zone of peace and research. That one was published in October 2021. We know what happened since October 2021. So that is an Arctic policy the EU has developed. The other thing is, of course, what is the EU as an entity and what are the EU's ideas for its future, together with the member states, but maybe also alone as a supranational entity. We all know this rather blunt saying that prosperity, the EU prosperity was based on selling goods to China. Its economic wealth was based on cheap energy from Russia, and the security was covered by the US. This is all changing, you know? And if you want to put that change in an Arctic perspective, again, what does this lead to? Can't be discussed here, but just let's think about it. You know, what does it mean from a security perspective? The EU is not a classic security actor. We all know that, you know? Yet, as Marco alluded to, the EU has a lot of financial possibilities, you know, to connect with NATO, to support the member states with regard to rearmament or whatever it is, you know. Recently, we talk a lot about, for obvious reasons, not only Trump, but of course the war in Ukraine, others, about rearmament Europe. How can Europe think more critically or be better prepared for security challenges? The last European election, European Parliament before that, was the big Greta Thunberg elections, you know, where we only talked about climate change, you know, and the climate crisis. Where's the climate crisis gone now in our discussions? Again, the EU, a very strong actor when it comes to tackling climate change. You know, that brings me back to another point, maybe connecting to Italy. Why do we need to be engaged in the Arctic if our main starting point is climate change in the Arctic? If I want to be dealing with climate change in the Arctic, I don't need an Arctic policy. I need to start to reduce emissions here in Italy, in Spain, in China, wherever, because that will have an impact on climate change in the Arctic. I can go to the Arctic to better understand climate change, but I don't need to have an Arctic policy in order to tackle climate change. You know? And there are a few of those things. I know I have to stop here, but again, I just want to summarize. If we look at the Arctic, again, let's keep in mind there are many Arctics of the Arctics, different legal schemes. You know, the Arctic Council is not the epitome of Arctic governance, it's just one pillar. The other thing is the EU in the Arctic is in itself a complex actor. Different competences divided between the member states and the supranational level, affecting economic issues, research, climate change, environmental, and then the very tricky of security that is. So,
thank you very much. I know if I ask you a question about the EU and the Arctic, you can talk on for hours. But looking at the EU, I mean, you highlighted a bit yourself, Rearm Europe. We heard yesterday from the Rear Admiral, who was a senior advisor to the Italian Chief of Defense, highlighting that in some ways Europe or the EU becomes seen as the way that Europe has to deal with its own security issues, right? But the EU is not there yet, at least. But is the EU even relevant to deal with security and geopolitical concerns in the Arctic? I mean, the primary security concern in the European Arctic is Russia, right? It's okay, maybe the EU can't deal with outright conflict with Russia, but what about hybrid attacks or disinformation campaigns that Iselin was also highlighting? Does the EU have a role to play in that relationship? And then the other main rival, if you will, also in an Arctic context is China. Well, there's concerns about Chinese investments, geo-economic long-term investments that might undermine Nordic states' security in the Arctic. Does the EU have a role to play there?
Yes, of course. I mean, let's start bluntly, but I'll still believe, and I think we often in Europe underestimate the relevance that is the European Union. It's a unique peace project, you know, that has brought peace to the European continent ever since the 1950s. And we underestimate in these times. I mean, again, the times are changing. We're looking very much, discussing very much the security challenges all around the world. But if we look at Europe, the European Union is the idea to bring states together and tackle challenges together, you know, and I think this has a relevance for the Arctic because European states are in the Arctic, and this idea that governance, multilateralism, you know, talking to each other, meeting is more relevant than ever. So I think from a rather philosophical point of view, there's no point of discussion that the EU is a relevant point, you know, and I think in Europe, again, we're very good in. If you talk to an American or maybe even a Chinese actor now, Indian, you know, how relevant is your country or the place where you are for the rest of the world, they will tell you it's extremely relevant. And here in Europe, we're like, oh no, but we have to look at the complexity and look, the competence matter, and here we lack money. So in that regard, again, let's focus a bit more on the positive side, how what we can do to either work together. With regard to the Arctic, again, I don't think there's a zero-sum game between either EU or NATO. And like, we are all, most of the European Union member states are NATO states right now. So there's about like, how can you better connect those two entities, also from a European perspective. Again, that brings me to the Brussels bubble. It's not an Arctic topic, but it's more like an issue on how can you bring together two entities, and then how can the one that has more capabilities in the financial sector or something, you know, can support NATO in that regard, and also which brings us back to the Marco point in the beginning, you know, discussions on strategic autonomy, how to become more independent from the US maybe in the long run, but still basing it on the idea of multilateralism and governance, that we need to work together with our allies to tackle challenges. And then when it comes again to hybrid threats or whatever, it's the same thing that happens. You know, we need more discussions, more sharing of knowledge between, you know, security agencies or whatever it is. And again, the European Union could enable that, or is already enabling that, because that's the very premise, you know, that you share data and then that you connect your knowledge, you know.
But you often said, I've heard you present about the EU and the Arctic a million times, and you often say that the EU doesn't need necessarily to be more in the Arctic. The EU needs more Arctic in Europe, right? That Brussels, if the EU actually wants a role to play in the Arctic, it needs to explain why the Arctic is important in Madrid, in Lisbon, or here in Rome. But then I often come to Rome and I ask people here at COI, for example, oh, do you think a lot about the EU in your everyday work? And often the answer I get is, nah, EU, no, we're not that focused on the EU, which is always striking to me, given that Italy has such a dominant position in the EU, and then in the Rome treaties, where, you know, the starting point of the EU came from this city. Do you think that Italy can play a larger role in the EU system to get the EU's actorness in the Arctic more constructive or more apparent?
I still think, and that's an important thing, I mean, again, it's a union of today 27 member states. Not every member state needs to have its own Arctic policy, you know. But I think policymakers involved in foreign policy of its member states, etc., you know, need to be aware that there is another region in addition to the southern and eastern neighborhood, you know. And I remember when I finished my PhD, I came up with a very blunt conclusion in a way that the Arctic was not really exposed to a big crisis for the European Union compared to the financial crisis, the migration crisis, the Crimean War, or now even or Crimean invasion, or now even the Ukraine war. You know, I mean, the climate change crisis was not a tangible enough crisis that you could connect it with an even more coherent effort with regard to the Arctic. Maybe, you know, today's Zeitenwende, the war in Ukraine, Trump, you know, more focus on security could bring European states even closer to the Arctic and see, okay, there's a security challenges in the military, in the hard security, whatever you want to define it, not only to our east, but also to our north. It is connected to Russia. Again, it brings me back to the discussion, is in our understanding, when we think about Russia, is Russia an Arctic issue or is Russia an Eastern issue? Again, it brings us back, how do we perceive and think about the Arctic? I remember even before the war, most of the gas we imported from Russia was Arctic gas. Yet it was never perceived as an Arctic gas, but it's a Russian gas. And it's fine, you don't need to make the distinguish all the time, but we need to be aware that the Arctic is part of our day-to-day business in Europe. And again, not every member state needs an Arctic policy, needs to define and outline it, but I think there should be a common understanding that the Arctic is way more than polar bears and environmental and climate change issues, or oil and gas that can or cannot be exploited, but a bigger picture that should be discussed on a, wouldn't say daily basis in the council, but more regularly be part of the discussions.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, we turn to the last speaker, Serafima, who also spoke yesterday, who will, I guess, continue a bit on your deliberations yesterday on governance, on the role of the Arctic. Yesterday you talked about great powerness and how that impacts our ability to govern these activities in the Arctic. So, Serafima, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you can hear me. It's, I just want to begin my points or my talk with one thing. You mentioned Trump's interest in Greenland, and I just keep on thinking, how much of that interest is because he doesn't understand the Mercator projection, that Greenland is actually way smaller than it looks on a map? No, and I think when we look at that kind of way of viewing things in the Arctic, especially when it comes to governance in the Arctic, is that the Mercator projection, it's not only something that we can see on maps, but it's also something we, to a very, very large extent, can see in terms of Arctic governance. That we may be looking at the function of different, either its institutions or different mechanisms, as something more than it is. So, as the topic today is about the what has changed perspective, I wanted to be a little bit nitty-gritty or take the assignment very literally. So when we look at what has changed in Arctic governance, I want to look at, okay, what has changed where in Arctic governance, where have things changed, when have things changed, and to the end, what has changed. So, of course, we have seen, I want to go a little bit into the institutional cooperation parts of this. And when we look at cooperation in the Arctic and what has changed, we can look at either 2022 and Russia's war against Ukraine, but we can also see what is about to change right now with the new Trump administration. So there are two perspectives, there are two time perspectives we need to take into account. And when we look at where things have changed, I think it's key for us to look at separate between hard law and soft law. At least when it comes to the institutional part of it. So again, nitty-gritty. I want to start with the hard versus soft law, or not necessarily versus, but just to look at the dynamics. So after Russia went to war against Ukraine and sent the entire world into shock, we have seen the different ways of approaching and adapting to this huge challenge in international relations have been varying in the different perspectives or different frameworks. So in the terms of hard law in the Arctic, It's very interesting because then we can see that it has been the agreements that have been previously enforced, that they've still been in force. Hard law is like you can still make, you have still the agreement on paper, but not necessarily as easy. It's not necessarily as easy to execute it. This is something that we have seen in the search and rescue agreements. While it's still in force, technically, if a fisherman outside of the Norwegian coasts or outside of the Russian coasts is in trouble, you will be able to save them. But still, there have been no common exercises since 2022. And this is something we can also see. There was an agreement on enhancing scientific protection or scientific cooperation. And this is also something, okay, it's technically, it's supposed to be there, but there is not that much institutional scientific cooperation between all of the Arctic states. So in hard law, we can see that while they're still existing, they're not necessarily being, you could say, active in the same way. But when it comes to mechanisms that are a bit in the soft law, just like the Arctic Council, for example, those kinds of institutions that are based on cooperation in the term of you have to agree on something to make sure that it actually happens or something happens with it, that's been very interesting because, of course, many forums have not been surviving in the previous formats that they have been before, which we've seen that the Barents Council has now shifted to a more Nordic perspective and Russia is out. But in the one forum where Russia is still in the Arctic Council, and I will get back to the Arctic Council because I think it's a very unique case, and when we look at governance and what has changed, it is a key case for analysis. So in soft law, when something has survived, as the Arctic Council has, because of the premise is that you have to agree for it to still be in force, then it might be maybe even a little bit more resilient. It may leave a little bit different kind of room for maneuver when it comes to cooperation. So in terms of what has changed and where it has changed, I think it's key to look at those kinds of dimensions, hard law, soft law. And I think in that sense, in both of them, in both of these kinds of frameworks in the Arctic, is that the resilience has been significantly challenged. Because what does resilience mean in these kind of forums? And when we come down to what has changed, the specific areas, the specific institutional frameworks, I want to look at the Arctic Council. And the Arctic Council, we all know now, okay, first it was a halting cooperation, then it was surviving, and then it was functioning. It's still this large line, and it's still very uncertain where it will end up or whether this Arctic Council will end up surviving in the same format with the new Trump administration. What I think is key for us to take into account when we look at what has changed is that the way that states have been approaching cooperation in the Arctic Council, it has been, the motivation behind them has changed a little bit more to be obvious about, okay, we're cooperating about common interests. We're cooperating partly because we want to have credibility as Arctic states. It's not as prominent that it's only the environment anymore, because the environment, again, it's super important. But as Andreas Raspotnik mentioned, it's still, there are other considerations to take into account here. And it shows that there is a will for the Arctic states to partake. And here we have the interest, we have the symbolic power, and we have the identity of the Arctic state, as I mentioned yesterday. So these kinds of narratives are very key for this form of survival. And which is, when Andreas, you mentioned the EU and how Russia was very eager for the EU to join in the 90s. It's so ironic because the EU is still not a full-on observer in the Arctic Council, partly due to troubles related to that. And when we also look at the Arctic Council and the importance of it, like why is it important? Because we know it's a forum of only scientific cooperation, and then we have, of course, the senior Arctic official level, the political level, but the most core work is happening in the working groups, in the scientific realm of things. But it's still on the high level. And I think it's also because of these kinds of issues. 1 minute, very short.
Yeah.
Okay, and then when, I think, it's key to talk about when. So we have been talking a lot about 2022, what has changed after 2022, and but I think we also need to talk about 2025, what will change now. So last time there was a Trump presidency or Trump administration, the Arctic Council had kind of sit still in the boat. But now it may be different because the next chair is Greenland. And as or Denmark, Greenland. We'll see where the chair will be. And I'm very curious as to how this will be showing itself into the great power narrative, if you may. Will the US use the Arctic Council as this form of springboard? Or will it go against the US interest of not being engaged in climate change issues in that sense? And then will they not utilize the Denmark-Greenland relations there, because there are significant tensions in the council, as we can see already. So we could approach this from that perspective.
Great. Thank you, Serafima. Just a quick follow-up before I want to get the audience's questions as well. I mean, you allude to it or you highlight it. I mean, you use the Arctic Council as an example, but do we see increasingly a fragmentation in the Arctic or a fracture? I mean, the East-West fracture is the obvious one, but we've seen since 2022 that Russia has invited other countries, BRICS countries. It has invited the BRICS countries for a research station on Svalbard, for example, the Norwegian territory of Svalbard. It highlights that it wants to collaborate more with China. We heard yesterday as a question was the boundless friendship between China and Russia when it comes to the Arctic. So, I mean, one thing is a split between the West and Russia, but do we see also that Russia is actively turning towards other non-Arctic states, and that might further solidify the split? And how does that fit with the Arctic Council?
I think it's very, very interesting question and a very important one, because what we can see is that Russia is kind of in the middle of they have to play a very balanced game for their own national interests to be fulfilled in some ways. On one hand, it's the Western Arctic Council showing, okay, we're part of the Arctic states, we have credibility here. On the other hand, it's what you mentioned, BRICS. I mean, Russia was the one country that brought Arctic issues into BRICS and was eager for them to be as explored as they have increasingly been now. So on one hand, they're doing that, but on the other hand, they want to still include and involve to a larger extent the states that could give them more credibility, give them more playing room, give them more room for maneuver, essentially. So and this balance, I think, is very difficult for them, or I don't understand how, I think it's very interesting to see how they will navigate it. Either it's in the Arctic Council or Northern Sea Route or whatnot. Because on one hand, you have to say, okay, we are an Arctic state, we have the power of an Arctic state, and we want to invite you in for us to get credibility, but not too much for you. We don't want China to get too much, say. And I think it's, especially when it comes to like the boundless friendship and whatever, I think this is one of the key considerations they have to take. And similarly with China, I mean, for them, is it that much of an interest for them to be completely associated with Russia? I don't really think so. And how much does China actually view the cooperation with Russia as lucrative, and to what extent?
Yeah,
it is. So I think it's key. But a very short comment. I've heard like people talk about, okay, BRICS, they will replace the Arctic Council, or Russia wants BRICS to replace all of these kinds of things. I do not see that when I analyze Russian official documents, statements, etc. I do not see it in the same way. As we have seen, I mean, Putin had a speech in Murmansk a couple of days ago now. And there he was very, very clear about the role of the Arctic Council. And okay, yes, they wanted to cooperate based on certain conditions, but it was important. right? It still was raised as the most important forum, and that's very fascinating to see. So I think it's very also important for us to not get too ahead of ourselves when we talk about the pivot to China. We have to understand the limits to it.
Playing two horses at once, at least. Okay, we have some minutes. We'll do a quick coffee break in a bit, very quick for for Norwegian style quick coffee break before we get into the second panel. But questions, comments, we'll gather quite a few. I'm looking especially you at the back. Great, the students at the back or the younger people. Yeah, okay. Start with the journalist then, but then we go to the back.
I'm sorry, I'm not one of the younger people.
You are, Tina, you are.
Tine Jonassen, High North News. I have so many questions, I don't even know where to start. So I'll just start with the one that I wrote down first. The politicians of Greenland has spoken out to the global community about lack of political support when they feel attacked by the USA. I realize this is a political question, but do you agree with the politicians of Greenland that the global community has been cowards in the lack of support, of public support of Greenland to withstand Trump?
Okay, good question. Let's get more questions at the back. The gentleman.
Good morning. My question, given what we said today and also yesterday about, Russia being sent towards China with all the new political developments, is what it means to keep good relationship with Russia, according to you, like from the perspective of Italy, Arctic countries, the European Union, what would you answer to this question? How to keep good relationship with Russia, which does not mean, of course, just accepting everything, but fostering cooperation and keeping the escalation low. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. There was another question just next to, yeah.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentations. My question is more specifically addressed to Dr. Dordoni, but it can be really extended to any other panelists. So during your presentation, you presented us a worst-case scenario in which the US withdraws from engagement in the Arctic and from NATO in general. But President Trump has actually never ruled out the use of military force to protect American interests in Greenland. And President Trump is quite known for actually following up on his words. As absurd as it may sound, should the EU and Denmark specifically worry about an American military threat in Greenland?
Okay, excellent. Okay, last question there at the back.
Yes, thank you. And as this panel is actually about cooperation, I was actually thinking about that there is a different kind of cooperation that is rising, and that is currently the one between the US and Russia. I don't know whether Europe is involved in that. That's my first question. And the second one being, if that happens and if that develops at some point, could we see the US and Russia on the same side, excluding anyone else from the Arctic? Is that a possibility you could rule out?
Okay, excellent. Okay, I want your answers, but I want them short, specific, and to the point. So, Marco, I want to start with you.
Another time is really difficult because it's a very big question, but thank you. I want to start with the question about Trump and Greenland related to the thought of Trump in Greenland again. So let me highlight what I mentioned before, that for Trump, European Arctic and North American Arctic is not as I showed before. So into North American Arctic is Greenland. So it's like we came back in the Monroe Doctrine because it is the thought of Trump to revive it, the historical legacy about Greenland and about geographical morphology of this territory. And again, for sure, for Trump, it's really important, Greenland, for many reasons, because Greenland was also a pillar of radar system into Cold War and will become important again in this period. Greenland is really important for GeoGap because Greenland, UK, and Iceland for anti-submarine warfare in the through North Sea to reach North Atlantic. So this mind also United States, but and Greenland is also important for sure in the future perspective for the rare earths and critical materials because Greenland has 1.5 billion of all the critical materials, and 1.8 is like the total of United States that has in its territory. So it's really important. But briefly, I want to highlight that Trump wants Greenland, and I think it's also really important. The Vance visit a few days ago, and what Vance shed into the light, so that United States wants Greenland for many reasons, and like in a way or in another, like United States will be in Greenland more and more stable, and yeah, I think that's important. That the time is changing, and Trump has not the concept of geography that we have today, also in this room and in the European Union, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope to answer to your question.
Thank you, Marco. Serafima, did you want to weigh in very briefly, even more briefly than Marco, on the good relationship with Russia, perhaps?
Yes, I'll cover the Russia questions shortly. So I'll take the last question first, US-Russia relationship. I think it's, one of the by-effects of the fact that Russia is not exactly a democracy is the fact that their politics goes very long-term. What does that mean? It means that for Putin and the Putin regime, they understand, I think, that Trump is a very unpredictable, and the Trump administration is a very unpredictable actor. So when it comes to the relationship with the US, will these 4 years essentially change something for the Russian long-term planning of their relationships? I don't really think that it's in Russian policy maneuver to think like that. I've also heard people saying that, oh, this might be Russia and the US is trying to get Russia away from China. And I don't really think that's the case in the same way for Russia either. And when it comes to the Arctic specific, when we look at this, is that for Russia, the Arctic is a domestic issue primarily because the Arctic is huge in Russia, right? So the rivalry with the US has, except from deterrence, nuclear weapons, Murmansk or Kola Peninsula, etc., except from that hasn't really been that much of a driver, for example, in the Arctic Council and other forms of institutional cooperation. Then they okay, let's have symbolic cooperation on that. So that's, and a very short comment on the pragmatism, if I may, or not on pragmatism, but on good relationship with Russia. I mean, we in Norway, we're super experienced with this, how to have a relationship with somebody who we strongly disagree with most of the time, and they strongly disagree with us most of the time, and that is pragmatism. We need to understand what are our common interests, how can we agree or disagree on our common interests, and how can we talk and speak together on our common interests. Can we understand and make something together? And fisheries cooperation, Arctic Council, etc. Great examples of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sefima. Raspotnik?
Yeah, very briefly. First, Trina's question, are the Europeans coward? Counter question, is Greenland more important than Ukraine to the European question mark? I'm actually more critical than Marco. I don't think Greenland is that important strategically on many levels. Again, from a European perspective, why is Greenland more important than Ukraine? I don't think so. European leaders have been very straightforward that sovereignty of states is the clear premise, and what else can you do? That brings me back to US-Russia relations. I mean, what's today's news is yesterday's old news. So at one point he's friend with Putin, the next day there will be tariffs against Russia. So I don't see a clear path toward a big US-Russia relationship that will rule us all. And that is also the military threat. I mean, if the US wants to invade Greenland, they can do so. I mean, it's Greenland is how many? 60,000 people. Denmark is far away. I mean, what will the consequences? You know, will the Danes then attack the US? I mean, that's hypothetical thoughts. If the US wants, it can. It's a big power. If China wants to invade Taiwan tomorrow, they can. I mean, the question is, what are the consequences? Again, I don't think Greenland is that important for Europeans provocatively saying that compared to Ukraine, and we have seen how difficult it is to have a common stance on Ukraine. So I be more critical on those questions then. Okay. And they're not black and white.
Iselin, final word to you. Do you want to weigh in on pragmatism, relationships with Russia, or the US annexing Greenland? Big, small questions.
Yeah, really big questions. I don't really know. I think referring to the question from you, Trine, I didn't really catch if it was you asked for public support or political support, but I think like the political support, I think Europe is just in this really hard squeeze where we're heavily dependent on the US, and so we can't talk like too loud on stuff that is happening. I'm not saying that's right, but perhaps that's waiting on the pragmatism. Yeah.
Yes, with Arctic relations these days dominated by Trump and Putin and then Xi Jinping in the background, it's a bit tricky to come up with predictions and clear answers. I do think what's been touched on in this panel about European cohesion was also mentioned yesterday by the Rear Admiral. This idea that we, Europe, and that doesn't mean the EU, it means European countries, need to form better cohesion also when it comes to the Arctic security, Arctic governance. We need to have an independent idea of our role in our own Arctic. But let's debate that more in the second panel. We have 3 panelists there who will give us more insights. And let's do a quick, as I said, Norwegian-style 10-minute coffee break, and then we'll start again. Thank you. Thank you. You're becoming Italian. Yes, I love that. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that is true. But I do like to have an audience when I have a wonderful. I am totally accepting difference. I even accept eating sugary stuff in the morning. I've become a true Italian now. Okay, we have a second round now with distinguished academics discussing geopolitics and security. I will briefly introduce my panelists as well, like last time. To my right, we have Gunnar Rekvik, who's the program director and senior research fellow at Sasakawa Peace Foundation in Japan. So Gunnar has also been working at UiT, the Arctic University of Norway. He is Norwegian, but now based in Japan. So that can give us an interesting, parallel or outside but inside perspective. And then to his right, we have Ivan Caruso, who's a military advisor here at COI. We've had a pleasure a couple of years ago to be on the same panel to discuss Arctic geopolitics as well. He's retired as a major general after serving for more than 40 years in the Italian army. Also been, for example, at the NATO HQ in Brussels. So that would be a very interesting military perspective. And then last but not least, we have Giacomo Di Capua. Maybe my Italian is not that good after all. There's a research analyst here also at COI. Giacomo and I had been working together writing, for example, a report linking the Mediterranean to the Arctic. Okay, then we'll just start. I think I'll actually start with you, Giacomo, if you don't mind, since you're sitting there on the far corner. Should also highlight that you've been serving as different positions, for example, as the EU's head of delegation to the Youth Summit, and also you're moving shortly to New York to commence studies at Columbia University, which is, I think Columbia University is the top target of the Trump administration. So good luck with that. But Giacomo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll try to tackle the question of how Italy looks at the Arctic and how the state of geopolitics is influencing the posture of Italy vis-à-vis the Arctic from a perspective that normally isn't my own. I do more research on multilateral climate diplomacy and how states interact in a ratchet mechanism to make sure that we comply with the climate targets set at the international level. But when we look at the Arctic as Italian stakeholders, we need to realize something. Italy in 2023 was the 9th largest global importer of energy. 9th global. We're talking about 96% of gas. We're talking about still a deeply fossil fuel reliant energy mix. And 2022 really showed the promise that we were made. If you slowly decarbonize, you will be able to ensure that price stability is maintained, and you can maintain a kind of like a consumer ally strategy in terms of securing your own energy security. Now, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that really was, the premise was broken. So today I'll try to have a look at how in an age of climate change, Italy is looking at the Arctic, and most importantly, what could be different postures and different outcomes if we look at the very unpredictable geopolitical landscape in which we are in right now. So the first thing I wanted to show, and hopefully this works.
Do you also have to turn it on?
Yeah. So this is probably the map that you all know. This is about like reserves of oil reserves and natural gas reserves. And this is really the starting basis whenever we're talking about energy diplomacy in the Arctic. How could different actors mobilize despite the very high operating costs, despite the operational difficulties in really doing offshore extraction or even inshore extraction. But this is the other landscape that I wanted to present to you for conversation. This is a wonderful instrument that is called the Index of Geopolitical Gains and Losses. It tries to plot, according to different models, who will be the winners or losers from a geopolitical security and governance perspective after a full energy transition is done. And you can see here, none of the models see Italy even remotely near the top. We're talking about 151 countries surveyed. So there is a clear problem here. If we're looking at the revenge of realpolitik in Arctic dynamics, and if Italy is still a very energy hungry, import hungry energy mix, then how can the posture as an Arctic observer, but as a partner also to Nordic countries in terms of energy imports be articulated? Here you can see the trajectories, and you can see, for instance, that the very small red line is Norway, and you can see how different balances, according to how much renewable energy is utilized, positions Norway in a better or worse context. But what I wanted to focus more instead is how Italy has responded post-2022, and how that really connects us to Arctic energy reserves. The difference in terms of imports of liquefied natural gas is a perfect exemplification, and this was part of our 2024 report. Shift away from Russian imports and move towards US, Northern Europe, mainly Norway, and then Algeria. As I was mentioning here, you can see on the top right-hand corner, 37% of Italy's energy mix is still reliant on oil, and 38% still on natural gas. And when we look at the shift from 2022 onward, we can see that while the Russian imports have really decreased, especially in terms of natural gas, Norway, United States, two Arctic states have seen the most significant increases in addition to Algeria. So if we're looking at Italy's positioning in the Arctic in an energy diplomacy landscape, we're not looking at how trade is currently happening, but we're looking at how Italy exercises its foreign policy to position itself in the energy landscape of tomorrow. We all know these things, but they are useful pillars in terms of what we're going to be talking about. The phenomenon of climate change amplification is still very much relevant. Climate change is being felt at least 3 times more in the Arctic circumpolar north rather than globally, which means that infrastructural effects, but also extreme weather events will occur both in terms of intensity and frequency more severely in the Arctic, which makes for the energy industry, extracting resources, relying or creating reliable supply chains for countries to which they export, and Italy is a net importer, extremely challenging. We know that there are significant oil and natural gas reserves still undiscovered. We know about the Northern Sea Route and Northern Passage and the potentials, and I think the previous panel has already highlighted this. But one other element that often is overlooked is that climate change is also a threat multiplier for the energy infrastructure. A significant share of the energy infrastructure is built on permafrost, which means that if we go towards the pathway of the opportunity effect, which means that the more we release greenhouse gas emissions, the more there is climate change, and due to Arctic amplification, resources become available for actors to extract, and that just creates a spiral. Well, we will need to invest energy into cooling systems to make sure that infrastructural damages due to permafrost thaw will not make energy infrastructure economically unviable. And another element that is really important to consider as we look at the future of energy diplomacy in terms of Italy and the Arctic is the return of energy realpolitik. While we have seen a shift, especially thanks to the cooperative mechanisms of the international climate change regime, which have managed somehow from 1992 until 2020, more or less, to decrease pressures for fossil fuel extraction and reduce by at least 1/3 greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuels compared to a non-Kyoto Protocol scenario, well, we are seeing here that instead securing natural resources, especially fossil fuels, is a proxy for realpolitik strategic positioning. So it's a return to a pre-1992 context, especially as it comes to control over natural resources. Now, this is the famous document that Andreas Raspotnik was mentioning before. And it's important to recognize that when it comes to energy diplomacy and the Arctic, Italy is a part of the European Union. And the European Union very ambitiously in 2021 published this statement of interest in terms of how we wanted to approach the region. And although it wasn't particularly well received, it signaled 2 very important things. This idea that the EU could be an exporter of regulatory frameworks, of certainty in managing an energy transition, in a decarbonization of energy supply. And the second thing was a desire still to move away from hydrocarbons, even though this particular statement, moratoriums of hydrocarbon exploration in the Arctic, is still nowhere to be materialized, politically speaking. So as Italy looks at the Arctic, with 80% of net energy imports, Norway becoming an increasingly important energy exporter for Italy, we need to see how this will be a balance. I think the Rear Admiral said it yesterday quite well. It's about a balancing act between like multilateral element, but also developing an Arctic stakeholdership, how the observer status, the rational legitimization of Italy in the Arctic Council is also the study of climate change. It's also providing the technical and scientific research to be able to mitigate and build climate security. So how can that be reconcilable in a pathway where energy realpolitik is back on the system? And these are just elements for conversation because I know the time is running out. But just as a thought exercise, I'm of course very happy to discuss this further. I was trying to look at how the status of Italy as an Arctic Council observer would evolve under different trajectories. So taking the extreme trajectory, full decarbonization, of course, Italy is very well positioned in the multilateral context. Climate science could take a leadership, and this would really turn on the notch of already active channels for Italy's cooperation, whether it is in Svalbard, whether it is through cooperative mechanisms or working groups of the Arctic Council. The reputational gain for Italy as an energy importer in this case would be improved as Italy becomes a little bit more reliant. We're talking about half of the energy mix of Italy being only from fossil fuels throughout the 2030s and then aiming for full decarbonization by 2050. This would mean that from a position of energy vulnerability, we would shift towards more cooperative mechanisms and interest in technical cooperation. For instance, exporting microgrids that could be particularly useful for remote communities in the Arctic. And the resource rush, I think, is already quite highlighted before, but I think I'll stop here just for in the interest of time and then explore this in the Q&A. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So just a quick follow-up then. I mean, in this energy geopolitics or energy security concerns that you highlight, is it a good or a bad thing for Italy's engagement in the Arctic? I mean, are you saying that because Italy is decarbonizing its energy consumption and because the Arctic is full of natural resources or petroleum, that Italy's engagement with the Arctic will decline? Or are you saying that Italy's interest in resources is increasing? Or how do you explain kind of the linkages there?
Absolutely. Well, the very posture of Italy in terms of securing natural gas as a transitional fuel has demonstrated that there is still a significant interest, at least until the end of the next decade, in securing stability of supply, especially when it comes to natural gas. Another fundamental element looking at the European dimension is critical minerals. The EU is a net importer, heavily reliant on China, and just looking at the status quo of what we know, critical minerals are still part very much of the public debate on the conversation. Recently, the government has launched an initiative that was aiming to increase the capability for domestic production of 16 out of 34 of the minerals, but still international trade and bilateral cooperation in securing external energy sources, and at least for the next 15 years, is going to be strategic. So as we look at a pathway for decarbonization, and especially if we want to insulate from an extremely vulnerable energy mix that we were left with after 2022, the Arctic could be a secondary component. Of course, the Mediterranean hub and Algeria have a special place in granting security of supply, but that could be a significant development. And again, the wildcards are just too many to really assess realistically how we can secure security of supply and maintain energy prices low enough to have a successful energy diplomatic strategy.
But that also depends a bit on particularly Norway's decisions to continue or even increase our, say, Arctic oil and gas extraction, in particularly gas extraction. As you highlight on the numbers, your imports from Norway has increased quite dramatically. But in Norway right now, there's a debate about whether or not we should even continue with oil and gas exploration and production even further north. So the decisions made in Norway domestically might also impact the availability for Italy's import for Norwegian gas.
Absolutely, that's an excellent point. And that's really where the dynamics of private or publicly participated companies, which are extremely common both in Norway and Italy, come in. Research suggests that political bilateral relations have a positive impact on mergers and acquisitions, and we have seen a notable one, especially in the Italian and Norwegian context when it comes to securing and operating offshore oil extraction, but also in securing long-term stability of trade. The fact that Italy is very prominently present also through subsidiaries in Norway with Vard Energi is a testament to the fact that there has been ongoing cooperation and possibly that there is a stronger sense of security of supply there compared to the largest investment that was done for a wind farm, which was in Russia by Enel Green Energy. So of course, we're talking still about relative stability, and the geopolitical index tells us that Italy can still be very differently positioned in terms of wins and losses after a full energy transition. But it will be about those soft choices, which possibly are more interesting to look at because they're so sensitive to political changes, both from a foreign policy perspective, but also from consumers. Italy has among the largest share of European Union voters that are in favor of decarbonizing electricity. So we will have to look also how the internal governance of energy diplomacy will evolve in the next 20, 30 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. Questions for Giacomo, write them down, save them. We'll try to have time for questions at the end as well. And now I want to turn to Major General Ivan Caruso. Share your perspectives on the military and security dimensions.
Thank you so much, Andreas, and thank you very much for inviting me in this panel. Because of my military background, I will try to approach the issue on the military perspective. And may I have the first? Thank you. Very well. Is it on? No? Okay, let's go. No? Maybe yes? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, fine. So, Arctic, yeah, definitely is becoming a new theater of geopolitical competition, and the climate change is transforming this region that has been considered as marginal for many decades, and now is growing up with its importance. Climate change means ice melting, and new maritime routes and accessible new natural resources are putting this area as critical importance. And as you can see, the North Sea routes is passing just in front of Russia, and Russia is definitely interested in the Arctic because 50% of the costs are facing the Arctic, and I would say is almost natural that Russia will deal with. And Russia is moving forward very quickly, and since 2007 they started a very extensive militarization of the region. They just renovating all the Soviet bases. They build up new bases, deployed advanced defense systems. They with the dual objectives to protect the energy resources and to control the new coming Northern Sea routes. And how they do that? And they restarted the bastion defense concept with a multi-level defensive fortification in Arctic water, submarine, ships, sensor, land-to-air and coastal missile, underwater sensor, JPS jamming, and satellite coverage, they fully control the area in front of their coasts on the Arctic. And they have the ability to project power, military power in the Arctic as well. In 2014, President Putin set up a new Northern Fleet Joint Strategic Command in Murmansk, where, by the way, a few days ago, they held the International Arctic Forum. And for this reason, they are the full control of that part of the Arctic. In this picture, you can see the bases and the airfields and the center of radar centers in Russia. And the blue one are what are dealing with the NATO Western countries. So definitely we are far away from the Russian capabilities. And of course, this is one of the reasons because of the military and the NATO specifically mentioned the iNord and the Arctic into the new strategic concept 2022, as mentioned before. I want also to mention the fact that there is a kind of Russian-China dynamics, but the aim of the two countries are completely different, in my opinion. There is a complex relationship here. It's not a solid alliance because despite the fact that the Chinese investment in Russia Arctic are almost reached 2,000 billions of dollars, there are so different vision. Russian sovereignty is the Russians are focused on the sovereignty of the Arctic and the routes, but the Chinese is looking for an internalization of the new routes. So is looking more to the economics and trade opportunities than the real control of the Arctic. As the previous speaker in the previous panel mentioned, the importance of the Greenland, looking at what the last President Trump declaration said, is also because the route is passing, the Northern Sea route is passing here in between Greenland and Norway, and Greenland is essentially very important to control the Sea of Greenland, Greenland Sea, the Norway Sea, the routes of the Northern Sea routes, and potentially can affect the transatlantic maritime supply routes from United States and Europe. And this is for NATO is mandatory to be controlled, otherwise it can hamper the resupply from the United States in case of problems or crisis with Russia. There is some security concern in the Arctic right now. I think that the conflict risk is very low at the moment, but there are two escalation scenarios. One is Russia-NATO forces misunderstanding, or an external conflict extending to Arctic. And because of the energy security issue, this could be an area of operation that NATO could be involved very, very soon. Italy interest in the area from the military point of view. As Giacomo said, there is an energy security interest, of course, but also in the light of the NATO solidarity, Italy want to be present in that area. in order to show solidarity with the northern countries, Norway, Finland, Sweden. Last week, I attended an Arctic forum organized by the Italian Army in the Alps, where there was a big exercise to train the troops in an Arctic environment. And the Finnish and the Swedish CHOD were there, showing the strength and the strong link between those countries in terms of Arctic security. And was also present the Undersecretary of State of the Minister of Defense, and she said, if you don't want to deal with the Arctic will deal with you. And it's something that we need to take into account, definitely, because it's something that sooner or later we have to deal with. There are some preparation in the military. The army is preparing some specialized troops from the Alpini, a brigade that can be employed and trained in the Arctic. They took part in the last exercise in Norway last year, but also at the level of joint staff. Something is moving, and in order to coordinate the efforts from the military point of view from the different armed forces.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I wanted to just follow up on what you just now said. So you highlight a very specific, concrete measure that Italy is taking to prepare for, say, a potential conflict in the Arctic or the European Arctic. As you highlight, the Arctic will care about you. But do you see other ways that Italy can or should engage? I mean, we talked already yesterday and today about the EU, NATO, different avenues, bilateral collaboration with Norway, or now you mentioned the CHODs of Sweden and Finland. What should Italy do more of when it comes to the Arctic? Or are you doing enough already?
Italy is part of EU, Italy is part of NATO, and I think in this forum is important for Italy to say or to say their voice and use all their leverage in order to make understandable the importance of the Arctic. So I think that not only from the military point of view, strictly from the military point of view, but also from the diplomatic side, but also I would mention my personal experience in the military committee in NATO or in the military committee in the EU. They can, of course, with the right instruction, to explain the position of Italy and to highlight the importance of the Arctic for the entire NATO community or the EU community. So there is not only military tools that can be used by Italy, but also other
diplomatic tools.
Diplomatic tools.
But you mentioned Greenland. Are you worried with Donald Trump and NATO fracturing? I mean, if you worked for NATO HQ for a long time,
it would be very strange to see an allied nation invading and the territory of another NATO country. There is an agreement in place with Denmark on Greenland with the United States. So I think, in my opinion, if the United States want to have more control, more bases, more military presence in Greenland, they easily can invest more money and reopen new bases. I heard a foreign minister, Danish foreign minister declaration. He said there were in the 1950s 17 different bases, U.S. bases in Greenland, and now they have one. So there is no reason to to exacerbate the situation, but an agreement can be found very easily, I guess. And there is in the interest of the United States and Denmark as well, and the NATO at the very end.
Yeah, I agree with that. Good analysis. Taking it down a bit, you know.
Exactly.
There are other ways to do it. Okay, perfect. We'll get back to more questions for both of the last presenters. But last but not least, Professor Gunnar Rekvik, floor is yours. Oh, yeah, you can take it.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. It's my second day in Italy. I have since become an Italophile. I had to look the word up, but it's just been wonderful. I have spent a lot of time thinking about the function of small Arctic states in relation to the superpowers in the Arctic. Today, the Arctic is again becoming global in every sense of the word, and with that we have the arrival of the middle powers. The middle powers would of course then include Italy and Japan, where I'm based now. That also requires a rethink in security cooperation inside this global Arctic. So, two key drivers for Arctic security dynamics is the war in Ukraine and climate change. The war in Ukraine escalated in 2022. I'd argue it started in 2014. So this war has marked a decisive disruption to the previously held assumptions of Arctic exceptionalism, accelerating the securitization and remilitarization of the region and halting long-standing cooperative frameworks that were developed in the post-Cold War period. Compounding this is the heating of the region that is occurring faster than anyone predicted, and thus driving further this global engagement in the Arctic. The Arctic is becoming more accessible. Consequently, we talk about the Arctic amplification, where the region is heating, well, maybe about 4 times faster than elsewhere. But we also have regional variations where, for example, Svalbard has measured heating 6 times faster than the global average. The Arctic region is thus experiencing rapid ice decline. Climatologists now project ice-free summers potentially by 2030. The Northwest Passage had record low ice coverage last year, while the northern sea route was largely ice-free by late August 2024. These drivers create conditions that connect the Atlantic Arctic with the Pacific Arctic, and are consequently coupled with new and emerging security realities as the system changes from a post-Cold War unipolarity to a post-Cold War multipolar one, wherein motivations and strategies diverge, even amongst partners. So the hitherto separation of Atlantic and Pacific Arctic security is transitioning to becoming increasingly connected, and with that carries a potential for, well, instability. In practical terms, this is happening because, first, considering Russia's Northern Fleet operations, we tend to focus on their Atlantic presence out of Murmansk, particularly submarine activities from the Arctic down the Atlantic corridor through, well, various choke points. But the reality is that Russia's Arctic capabilities have ambitions all the way to the Pacific Arctic. Recent years have seen a significant upgrade of Russian military infrastructure along this entire arc, including the modernization of facilities and ports. The Northern Fleet is no longer just an Atlantic-Arctic navy. It is becoming a trans-Arctic force with increasing capability for power projection to the North Pacific. And just to mention, we are very dependent on peace in the North Pacific here in, well, Europe as well. So it's something to think about. Second, China's growing Arctic presence represents a type of challenge transcending the Pacific-Atlantic divide. Beijing's Polar Silk Road initiative, research stations, and shipping investments span the entire region. Chinese investments in Russian LNG projects, resource extraction, as well as scientific stations on Iceland or Svalbard, Norway, where they just marked 20 years' presence, show a rather comprehensive approach. These activities reveal the limitations of viewing Arctic security through separate Pacific and Atlantic lenses. China's icebreaker program regularly conducts missions across the Arctic Ocean, and its interests in future transpolar route, the Northern Sea route, reinforces the need for a broader region-wide understanding of security. Third, the accelerating ice melt necessitates a unified approach as new maritime corridors over the Arctic are realized. This direct Pacific-Atlantic connection alters shipping patterns, creates region-wide security vulnerabilities, and challenges the Western Russian Arctic divide. Current security architecture is inadequate to address this. As the current Arctic Security Forces Roundtable should expand beyond the Arctic 7 members and current observers, which I believe is France, Germany, UK, and the Netherlands. As the critical infrastructure faces gray zone threats across both the Atlantic and Pacific Arctic. So, linking Arctic security to broader North Atlantic and North Pacific security complexes. We should thus consider an Arctic security stakeholder roundtable to expand to include further non-Arctic naval powers like Italy, perhaps Poland, Spain, the Baltic states, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, India. These countries offer valuable capabilities and maritime domain awareness expertise. This approach recognizes the strategic importance of strengthening collaborative frameworks with Pacific partners, despite previous resistance to NATO's Pacific expansion efforts by the French. I'm sure you're aware that there was an attempt on establishing NATO embassies in South Korea, Japan, all the way down to New Zealand and Australia, whereas France felt that the current embassies would suffice. Anyway, I digress again. So the function of these middle powers in an emerging Arctic constellation extend beyond sheer capability. By also leveraging their diplomatic tradition of multilateralism in multipolar time, these countries can act as brokers and balance points among great powers. Middle powers also share a vested interest in maritime trade routes, and they bring an approach grounded in international law, environmental stewardship, and alliance building. In combining their advanced naval and surveillance expertise with a willingness to collaborate, they stand to reinforce existing Arctic frameworks rather than dilute them. Their involvement also recognizes that the sovereignty of Arctic littoral states is not diminished when other nations contribute resources. In fact, it can be enhanced by cultivating a broader, more robust security network that helps address potential threats from far beyond the region's traditional boundaries. I'm running short on time. Yes, okay, I'll skip ahead here a bit. So, right, the time frame for an ice-free Arctic is no longer a matter of distant speculation with transformative changes in shipping patterns, resource extraction, and strategic posturing. Finland and Sweden have already joined NATO, further enhancing the northern flank. It is a logical next step to consider a trans-Arctic partnership that links like-minded actors in the Atlantic with the Pacific. We can develop a new security framework reflecting the trans-Arctic nature of emerging challenges. And I would just lastly like to draw your attention to the South China Sea. That might indicate or have lessons on patterns of Chinese assertiveness in this region. It might well manifest similarly in the Arctic once China finds more extensive footing here. Yesterday's session on space ended on a positive note. I also want to, in that line, bring a quote by the philosopher Karl Popper inside this security dynamic. Optimism is a moral duty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gunnar, and thank you for the optimistic note. I really enjoy this. I mean, you're saying that inherently we have different security complexes, right? The North Atlantic one and the North Pacific one, but they're increasingly being interconnected because of activity. But could you elaborate maybe a bit more? I mean, since you're sitting in Japan on a daily basis when you're not becoming a fan of Italy, as you highlighted, how does Japan view the Arctic security complex that's emerging around it? Because this last summer, 2024, we saw Russian, Chinese military exercises, naval exercises, Coast Guard exercises. We saw Russian and Chinese bombers flying all the way up to Alaska to signal to America that they have interest and capabilities. And this year, 2025, I guess it's fair to assume that we will see similar types of activity and maybe even a US response because Donald Trump has been increasingly focused on the Arctic. All this is happening in the North Pacific, right? Just next to where you're sitting on a daily basis. So what are the current moods and perceptions in Japan?
Right. In relation to Donald Trump, I think we can see a refocusing of the Americans away from Europe. I mean, I think it's clear that Europe is now expected to take a much larger share of European defense going forward. The Trump regime is trying to rush an end to the war in Ukraine, cost what it may. But at the same time, the Americans are increasingly looking at China as the adversary moving forward. Hegseth was just in Japan meeting with the Prime Minister, Ishiba Shigeru, and he is talking about strengthening this alliance. So they are recognizing a rising threat from China within this regional constellation. The other thing is East Asian peace. If we think of peace as having quality rather than this negative positive peace misnomer, the peace in East Asia has rather low quality. It is also home to territorial disputes that tend to flare up. East Asia is home to a place where domestic policies have tremendous international reach, where, for example, politicians pandering to a domestic audience in Japan can say something about a dispute with South Korea or China, which, well, causes relations to plummet. So I think there are more immediate concerns that Japan has within the region on rapprochement there, but at the same time, Japan is also trying to engage with Russia on dialogue. And this is also coming as a response to South Korea that recently established a... South Korea would like Busan to be the transshipment hub for trade going from Asia to Europe over the Northern Sea route. They have set down now a committee to look at this. This also has Japan worried because they are in competition with South Korea here. So there are a lot of these dynamics happening. Yeah, I think, yeah, but Christ, I'm running out of time here. I'm rambling now.
No, 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 this was excellent because it provides a different perspective, right? And as you say, that there are security considerations that we don't necessarily talk about in the European context. We're obsessed with what happens here, but not on the other side. But I'm the chair, so I'm the one who's running out of time here. Stealing into board's panel on youth, but we have to allow just a couple of brief questions and brief remarks from the audience, if there are any. Okay, we have one question. Okay, brief comments.
I'm Marco Dordoni, PhD candidate at University for Foreigners of Perugia. My question goes to General Caruso. Thank you for your presentation, really interesting. And I was wondering about dual use threats, in particular shadow fleet, Russian shadow fleet, that is also discussed in this moment in the Arctic, and how at operational level could be tackled this threat, and also if the Italian companies as Leonardo and Fincantieri can provide something in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then there was a question here, I think, yes?
Thank you, Fabrizio Bozzato, Sosakopis Foundation, Japan, and Sovereign Order of Malta. I think that regarding the Greenland conundrum, there is an important element we should keep in mind. I do not wish to play devil's advocate here, but it is a fact that in US foreign policy history and presidential tradition is neither an unprecedented nor a totally outlandish idea, wishing to buy territory specifically from European states. Thomas Jefferson bought Louisiana, John Quincy Adams bought Florida from Spain, Secretary William Seward bought Alaska from Russia. In 1917, does it work? Oh, yeah. In 1917, the US purchased what were the Danish West Indies, now US Virgin Islands, from Denmark. Fortunately, in case Greenland accepts independence, there's one option on the table, one which is not totally traumatic, and on the one hand will secure exclusive military access to Greenland to the US. On the other hand, it will be not destructive of NATO relations and partnerships. It already exists between the US and 3 Pacific Island states. Thank you. I would like to have your opinion on this.
Okay, thank you very much. There was one final question from a naval officer. Naval.
Yeah, it's just a remark that goes through the tree intervention that might need a reply. So, but it's complementary to what just Ivan said and what Admiral Alighieri said yesterday. So, Italian defense, Italian for our concept is a regional country with a strong maritime vocation. So lately we have seen how the commitment with the European Union in the South Red Sea was quite strong, and that of course is something that goes along with the protection not of the territory but of sea line of communications. So if Northern Sea Route will be the route that our operator, our company will choose to transfer, and it goes to Matteo's intervention, where the commodities will come through, our forces will be ready to be ready to protect, as we are doing far away from our country, out of the Mediterranean. But not only for the maritime side, also the air policing mission in the area that goes in that direction, and the Alpini troops training that lasts for 20 years and more. So what I've seen is that a country with ambitious security forces trying to get up more capable military instrument and security instrument to defend the national interest in the framework of European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Okay, let's finish then with just quick remarks or thoughts on the questions from the panelists. Actually, I'll start in reverse order. So Gunnar, very quick. Yeah.
Right. In regards to Greenland, there is I suppose, a stronger movement for Greenland's independence, but they have this issue that half their GDP comes from Denmark, and they are not ready to raise their GDP by half as of now, so they're still going to be reliant on external partners. The Americans have made it abundantly clear that the Chinese are not welcome in their backyard, so they're not going to allow that to happen. Still, I do not see an American invasion of Greenland to take it from Denmark at all. What was it that Vance said when he was just on Greenland? It's cold, and he left. But I digress. There has, but it also shows that the Trump administration is interested in their own neighborhood. He talks of Canada, Mexico, Greenland. That is very close to home. So he's operating inside his security complex. And of course, then trying then to shift attention away from Europe and over to East Asia. So these are the dynamics that we're seeing. And of course, Greenland, I don't even want to speculate on what's going to happen there, but there will probably be a push for independence. To finish that thought, the last country that gained independence from Denmark was Iceland in, I think it was 1944. They had a referendum that was, largely in favor of independence. The reaction from Denmark was the Danish king congratulated Iceland on their newfound independence. So I think we'll see a similar situation arise if it happens in Greenland. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunnar. We both come from a country that also gained independence from Denmark, but 200 years ago. Caruso.
Yes. Dual use of Shadow Fleet. I think that they are very linked with the current situation with the sanction to Russia. Even if they have a very good tradition, I would say, the Russian, to use this kind of ships also in the past, for refueling military ship, especially when now that they can move the Black Sea fleet to the Mediterranean Sea, and they have to move the Northern Fleet ships down to the Mediterranean Sea to, at least at the beginning, to Syria and now to Libya. And they have to refuel with these shadow ships. So it's not not a new. They also have, the intelligence ships, covered intelligence ships that have been used quite significantly, and they use this kind of tanker to refueling them. Speaking about what the commander said, I fully agree with his remarks. Also, Italy is not new to that. I, as a young lieutenant and captain, I spend a lot of time in Bardufoss and Tromsø, running exercises during the winter time. And we are speaking about 1990, 92, so a long time ago. And now we are going back to that. So Italy has been always committed to their NATO commitments. And as I said, in the light of the NATO solidarity, and also because we need to be prepared. As we have Danish ships in the Red Sea to defend the sea route, we have to be prepared also, not only for our interest, but also for NATO and the EU interest to be ready to go in the north. This is the reason why we are preparing ourselves.
Thank you. I like this idea of Italians going up to the cold north, but we Norwegians can come down here and enjoy Dolce Vita. I think it's a good deal.
I don't know, on board on a ship, if you can enjoy it. Anyway.
Exactly. We can discuss the conditions on the Italian ships later on, but Giacomo, final thoughts.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, the posture of the US vis-a-vis Greenland opens up, especially as we do like more planning and foresight for the future. Whether foresight is available, even possible or not in the Arctic is debatable. But of course, we are profiling a scenario where we would be in a resource rush. And in a resource rush, probably Arctic observers and stakeholders that see energy dynamics as a clear package, as an integral part of their foreign policy toolkit towards the Arctic would clearly be weakened. Reduction of jurisdictions where energy extraction can happen, but also even redirecting all investments is a major upheaval that, for instance, in the case of Italy after 2022 took a major diplomatic and private endeavor. So that's also a lot of manpower and resources that countries have to devote to. The idea is that in that context, it's always about avoiding choke points, even for energy. So the name of the game would be diversification, but the question would be, would the European Union be able to put that posture of diversification for critical materials and all the other fundamental components of a non-Arctic extractive system in terms of energy diplomacy? And that's pretty much of an open question.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Then please give an applause to the panel. Excellent panel we've had here. And now we're turning straight into a session on youth and opportunities in the Arctic. 5 minuti. Yes, 5. Thank you.
5 dici no. Oh, grazie. Io mica avevo proprio afferrato il... Immacolata. E anche l'acqua e il bicchiere. Ho fatto risparmiare la signora. Andreas, thank you very much. Thank you.
Arctic Connections 2025. Ieri il tema era lo spazio, generalmente. Sì? Oggi ci concentriamo in modo specifico sul rapporto dei giovani con lo spazio. Welcome to the panel titled Youth and the Arctic Space, Best Practices and Opportunities. My name is Bård Borch-Michaelsen. I represent the High North Center, Nord University, and also the Arctic University of Norway. We have a great panel, Mr. Andrea Granata, Therese Christiansen, and online, Antonio Salmeri. The first speaker will be Andrea Granata. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. There you go. Thank you very much.
I forgot to say, you are the youth delegate of Italy in the United Nations. That's important, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for the introduction. So as I was introduced, I'm Andrea Granata. I am, first of all, a graduate in a master's degree in international relations. So I've always embraced the perspectives on space and the Arctic on a more geopolitical interest. But first of all, I'd like to thank SIOI and the whole organizing team for shedding light on the sustainability aspect so far in this past years of this crucial strategic areas. And of course, it's important to highlight the intersection between these realms. And yeah, now I'm here on behalf of both, because we are two youth delegates from Italy to the United Nations. Just a quick overview about what the UNYD program is. It's, of course, was launched by the United Nations itself, but it's a mandate of its own member state to organize it, carry on the program at national level. And we are lucky that in Italy we got to the 8th edition this year, and the program is organized by SIOI, which I thank for the second time. And in collaboration, of course, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and with a partnership with the Italian Youth Agency. The program varies from country to country. It is coordinated by a specialized agency at the UN level, by UNDESA. But again, it develops according to several different areas of interest, according to the country that it's based in. For what concerns the Italian one, we're two youth delegates, and as our mandate is 1 year long, we have to choose a bit our thematic priorities. We focus mostly on issues of peace and security, and of course the role of young people within this big environment. But again, always taking into consideration the intersections of all the different sections of the so-called Agenda 2030 with all the different sustainable development goals and beyond. For what concerns the mandate, we could say it's threefold. We establish it based on 3 pillars. The first one is responsibility, the second one is representation and advocacy, and the third one being restitution and give back. So in practice, the first pillar, responsibility, is of course because the first part of our mandate is to represent the voices of Italian youth at the highest multilateral stages, which is the one of the United Nations in New York, in occasion of the General Assembly session. In this case, it was the 79th session of the General Assembly in New York from September to November 2024. And we will also be lucky enough to take part to the ECOSOC Youth Forum in a few weeks in April, which is the main forum of discussion on youth perspectives of the different pillars of the Agenda 2030 and beyond. So again, the responsibility comes from this. So the idea of representing this diverse group of young people overall at national level. Unfortunately, on multilateral stage, young people are approached as one single body of the society. But again, of course, we have to go deeper than that, understand the heterogeneity of this group of the society, according to territorial basis, according to interests, according to many different aspects. And so it's important for us to take on this responsibility as much as possible. And again, our mission in New York was mainly focused on, again, letting the voices of young people be heard. We collected them through public service and through also the work of our predecessors previous years. And we expressed them both through public statements at the General Assembly. We focused mainly our work on in the third committee of the General Assembly, which focuses on social, cultural, and humanitarian issues, and also on helping the permanent mission of Italy, which was our house for a couple months there, of course, in supporting the work that the permanent mission carries on in New York with the UN. The second pillar, again, is representation and advocacy. We were able to foster a lot of collaboration with other colleagues from different countries. So our respective youth delegates of the different member states that were present there in New York, and we still keep this going on. We managed to get some really important achievements, such as joint statements to different entities and bodies at the UN, starting from the Security Council, which usually is not the, let's say, in a more euphemistic way, not the most open body of the UN to young people. So that was really an important achievement to have an official document signed and written down by only young people at Security Council level, as well, of course, as the third committee, which is the area we work the most in. Same thing goes for, of course, the aftermath of New York. So we carried on a collaboration which will be public in a few days, in a few weeks. This big mechanisms which will be called UNWD Coordination Collective, which again tries to emphasize the role of young people at the UN fora, and also try to advocate for greater representation of this program in the countries that don't implement it so far yet. And thirdly, the third part, could be said the most important for us, is the restitution, the give back. So engaging with young people on a local basis. We've been going around Italy in this past months, and we currently are, to engage with them, and most importantly, of course, to give back what was our experience, but most importantly, to hear from them. So collect their positions on the different areas. And we, for example, are happy to have been carrying out this tour for engaging with the national youth movements of SIOI, the so-called MSOI. The tour started here, actually. It was we were really happy to start it here, and will be concluded next week. And we met with young people from different parts of Italy, and we tackled issues that were launched in the Pact for the Future. It's a long process which started back in 2021 with our common agenda, which was launched by the Secretary General Guterres to revitalize multilateralism overall in all its aspects. Of course, passing by this joint declaration of the 75th session of the General Assembly in 2020 by member states, with all these necessities, which were finally launched in this Summit of the Future, which was the high-level event of September 2024, which happened at the United Nations, and we were there in presence. And so, again, the adoption of this big document, which is the Pact for the Future, which is mainly divided in 5 chapters. And that was convenient because we did 5 events with these youth movements about these 5 chapters, each one tailored on a different area. And the last meeting we will have next week will specifically focus on chapter 5, which is the one on transforming global governance. And the important part of this chapter concerning this, concerning today, and the area of interest of today's event, is that the last action of the Pact, so there's 56 actions overall, the 56th action of the Pact, so the last one of chapter 5, is about outer space governance. It's a section of interest since, again, 2020, when this big project was launched, because the UN should be a platform of collaboration in the outer space, and most importantly, to reaffirm and revitalize the principles of the only legal document that is still existing right now on multilateral level about space, which is the a bit outdated Outer Space Treaty of 1967. So we still need to find a new and updated way to bring this about. Of course, we live in a moment which has increasing tension, so it's unfortunately difficult to highlight some goals that might need more long-term vision, such as climate change and sustainable development action. But it's precisely in this moment that we need to highlight the intersection between security matters and climate matters. This process already started at the UN level. In the Security Council, we have this agenda, which is called the CPS agenda, so Climate, Peace and Security Agenda, and it brings together, again, and highlights this intersection, because peace and security matters go hand by hand in climate matters, and the policy making and the decision making must be carried out in parallel between these two sections. And of course, what better stage, what better strategic ground than putting together these two realms than the Arctic. And at the same time, I've been happy to hear, especially yesterday, the importance of outer space that plays in, again, this crucial role in the destiny of the Arctic and beyond. Concerning space, of course, it's in this common imaginary, it's always been a mix of a dream and a good balance between dream and also voracious ambitious. Of course, it was a big protagonist of a big tension, a big conflictual moment during the Cold War, the infamous space race between these two big ideologies, US and USSR, and of course started with the launch of Sputnik I, which the study of which still welcomes all the visitors at the UN in the main entrance hall of the UN headquarters until, of course, July 1969 with the landing of the moon with the Apollo 11 mission. But again, space is not only a place for conflict, it's also represented one of the highest moments of the so-called détente during the Cold War, starting in 1972, there was an important meeting between US President Nixon and Soviet Premier Kosygin, which laid the groundwork for this Apollo-Soyuz joint test project, which was a joint space mission between, again, the Soviet Union and the USA, and there was this iconic picture of the commanders of the two missions, so the cosmonaut Leonov for the Soviet Union and astronaut Slayton shaking hands and hugging, and that was an iconic, let's say, explanation of how space can actually mean cooperation and not only conflict. There is this, in the new century, so since the start of the new century, an idea that space can be the solution, but in terms of running away from Earth, to solve the issues of Earth, but I'm a bit of a cinephile, pardon my references to the cinematographic world, but in the pop culture we have experiences of movies, let's say, understanding space as a solution to go away. We have, for example, WALL-E, I don't know if you're familiar with it, and Interstellar, one of my personal favorites, which, again, let's say, view this possibility of running out of Earth because it's too late to comply with these big issues. But as former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon launched during its mandate, and it was reaffirmed now, it's everywhere across the corridors of the UN, there is no planet B. So space is the solution, yes, but not to escape, but to save Earth from above. And this was the meaning, the sense of the World Space Forum that I was able to take part in as a youth delegate, again, to the United Nations. It was this big forum, the most important forum at UN level, organized by UNOSA, which is the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, and was hosted in Bonn, Germany, because it's closeness to Cologne, which is a big headquarters of the European Space Agency. And there, the theme was sustainable space for sustainability on Earth. So again, looking at the comparison, and of course, the Arctic was a key central part of the discussions. There is this, you of course know the 2030 agenda, but there is the Space 2030 agenda, which again emphasizes this. And the biggest takeaway of this forum was the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach. So, of course, at UN level, there's the member states, but there must be also the participants, especially in the space environment of the private sector and all the other stakeholders. They were experts on the legal framework, experts on a more technical and scientific framework. And that's the most important challenge for the UN to face when talking about space and the Arctic, of course. So bringing together this different stakeholders. And of course, as a youth delegate, I can only hope that one of these stakeholders is also youth. And actually, during the forum, I was able to meet with representatives from the Space Generation Advisory Council, which represent youth in this sector. And so I would be gladly happy to hear from Dr. Salmeri, who represent them right now. So thank you for your
Thanks. Thanks, Andrea. There is no Planet B. There's no Planet B. And what you're saying is that the youth delegates are more interested in the space than earlier. Is that correct?
Well, it is because we have an understanding of this big revitalization of multilateralism, and we have some pillars in which this challenge have to happen. And one, for example, is emerging technologies, so artificial intelligence. We still need a framework of governance for that, and same goes for space in terms of sustainability, in terms of security. And
thanks.
So yes.
Actually, we've got 70 guests online. One of them is Antonio Salmeri, which is the chair of the Space Generation, which is a global network for students, young professionals interested in space, with actually 29,000 members in 165 nations. Welcome, Antonio. You're on Gran Canaria.
Yes, hi, good morning.
You're also at Palazzetto Venezia. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bart, and thanks and good morning. Buongiorno tutti. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there with you in person, but I'd like to thank you for this invitation online to participate in this very interesting and engaging panel. I would like to thank also the previous speaker for already referring to the activities of SGAC. Thanks very much to Mr. Andrea Granata for it. So I will just give you a brief overview of what we do at SGAC. I think the most interesting part of this event could be answering questions that you may have and engage in a more lively discussion. So I will not be too long. As it was said already, SGAC is really the global network representing students and young professionals from the space sector. As a matter of fact, we have now more than 35,000 members. We continue to grow at a very incredible pace, over 165 countries. SGAC was established 26 years ago at the United Nations as a result of the Unispace 3 conference in 1999. So even though we are a young professional organization, we've been around for quite some time now. And we have a presence in Europe through our entity in Vienna and in the United States through an entity in the States. The activities of SGAC are organized around 5 pillars. The first pillar that we have is the organization of events. SGAC is first and foremost a community that brings together senior leaders and young leaders all over the world through very high professionalized events that are quite unique in the space sector and that create opportunities for not only networking, but also discussing key themes at the forefront of the advancement of space. So for example, in just a few days, we will have our Space Generation Fusion Forum in Colorado Springs, right before the Space Symposium, and perhaps some of the colleagues in the room might travel to Colorado for that, and I would love to meet with you in person in case you will. And SBFF is organized in collaboration with the Space Foundation and other partners in the sector. So that is our first pillar. We bring together young people and we put them in the same room with senior leaders so that, we can train the workforce of tomorrow, as well as, give the perspective of the youth on the problems of today. On top of that, we also have a section on policy and advocacy. So we have a dedicated platform that creates every year united policy position on behalf of the youth. And then we present those at the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, where we have permanent observers since 2005, if I recall correctly. We also have 11 project groups, which are like research groups where students and young professionals from all over the world, they do advanced research that is also transforming the way we think about space. And we normally present this research at events all around the world. For example, at the International Astronautical Congress that last year was held in Milan, We also had a wonderful partnership with Italian players such as the Italian Space Agency and, of course, AIDA, the Italian Association of Aeronautic and Astronautics, with Professor Erasmo Carrera. The fourth pillar is scholarships. SGC every year grants between 160 and 170 scholarships for several hundred thousands of dollars to students and young professionals that otherwise would not be able to attend events and participate in different gatherings all around the world. So we provide them with unique opportunities to travel and to make sure that they can be in a room that can change their career forever. And this is one of the things that we are the most proud of, because it really changes people's life. And I've been seeing that a lot in the past. And then the fifth and final pillar is our education and professional development. We have a dedicated platform that helps our members developing professional skills and provide them with high-level education on key aspects of the space sector. So combining these 5 pillars, SGC is really a unique entity. I'm familiar, of course, with several activities of the youth delegates, which I think it's really impressive. And there are many other youth organizations all around the world. But maybe I'm biased, but I do consider what we do at SGC to be quite unique and quite impactful, if you wish. The space sector is very small, and we are really in a unique position to engage and have an impact with high-level organizations, from space agencies to governments and the United Nations. So we take that very seriously, I can assure you. We do our activities, like I say, in a very professional way. There has been 26 years in the making to perfect our methodology and to make sure that we can actually deliver something that is of use. So now, very briefly on the topic of today, the intersection between space and the Arctic, I think it's a key aspect that we need to discuss. I've already heard references today to the current geopolitical climate, which in just a month has changed quite dramatically, given the actions that some countries have been undertaking at the geopolitical level, especially in the Arctic, with the question of Greenland that was already mentioned. From the space viewpoint, we try to maintain hopefully a different approach. So the issue that we see with the Arctic, and this could be a total mistake from my side. I'm not an expert in Arctic. I'm a space lawyer and specialize in international law, but I never dealt too much with the Arctic. So please forgive me if I'm saying something completely wrong. But I think the problem that we see with the Arctic is really that there is a lot of geopolitical contestation. And we try to avoid that in space. Since the very first activity in space with the launch of the Sputnik 1 satellite, the UN became really the forum to address these issues and facilitate international cooperation and peaceful uses. You may say that, of course, there have been hindrances, there have been things that could have been done better. We have a big issue with space debris. But we did really avoid geopolitical confrontation in a critical manner that could have been quite, catastrophic for Earth in space. And we are trying now to do the same in the future. So we hope that by looking at the intersection with the Arctic, we can provide useful lesson learned from the space side on how to, let's say, maintain a domain of international cooperation, and also that we can find synergies on how space technologies and applications can help us monitor key changes in the Arctic landscape. I mean, through Earth observation, we have a unique platform to make sure that we can observe those changes, and so that we can find ways that we can continue to cooperate together for the benefit of all humanity. And I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Thanks a lot. Just one question. There are many students here. Give them one piece of advice. How could they get involved and get a job in the space sector?
It's a great question. If I will give one advice, is do what you love. Do what you have passion for, because that will drive a lot of actions that otherwise you would not take. Don't be afraid of being proactive or reaching out to people. This community, at least the space sector, is very friendly in that sense. You have the opportunity to engage with really high-level leaders that will be very happy to talk to you if they see that you're passionate about what you're doing and that you're serious and can provide added value, which I'm sure many of you in the room can. And SGC is a great vehicle to do that. So you can join us online. It's very easy. You can register. It's free. And then you can discover activities. But you are responsible for it. You have to be the master of yourself in that sense. So that would be my main advice.
Thanks. Passion and love, right? Passion and love. Yes, that's the answer, right, Teresa?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. The next and last speaker is Therese Christiansen. She's Director for People and Organizations in the space company KSAT in the Arctic, with the headquarters in Tromsø. The floor is yours, Teresa.
Thank you, and thank you so much. I just have a question. How many of you guys attend yesterday? Could I just get a hand? All right, so almost everybody. Okay, good. Then I know who have been gotten what of information. I have a presentation. If I could get that up on the screen, it would be lovely. First and foremost, my name is Teresa. Still, my background is actually economics, and after I started working with economics some years, I understand that I was more driven about people, organization, change, structure, and other things. So I went a different way and took a master in management. So that's kind of my story into the space sector. And when I think of space sector, I think of experts, I think of responsible people and companies. I think about companies that want to make a difference. And I think about, you have to have some measure on governance, risk and compliance. But what I see overall, it's often like the former speaker said, it's often about having a drive or a passion. So I really hope, I'm from KSAT in Tromsø in Norway, but I really hope that when we are finished today that you also can see the similarity to where you are now in Italy, because I have to talk about my perspective from the Norwegian collaboration with students and what I see and what I think is important. So, this is the case of the employees. We have been really growing the last 5 years. When I started, we were 115 people, and today we are counting around 550. And what I've seen in the space sector is that almost nobody is quitting. And I think it's so... it's really cool to see, because what I see in other area, companies, profession, is that the young people is often driven by staying 3 to 5 years in a company, and then they are actually changing company. And I don't know how the culture is in Italy, but we see that often that young professionals are changing after some years. So what I think is kind of special with the space industry is that often when you have started working with the space industry, you find it passionate, you find it meaningful, and you find that what you actually are working with have like sort of a higher meaning. And I hope that I can say that also for people working in the space industry in Italy, because I see it a lot in the space industry in Norway, who is currently growing. And KSAT is one of the biggest space companies in Norway, but we will see like Andøya, Kongsberg, and other, hopefully, entrepreneurs and companies who want to provide services for other companies. So let me see here. And I was through the ownership yesterday, so I will just skip that fast. But like when we are thinking about the space industry, it's kind of serious. And you guys, yes, it is. In many, many ways, when you are delivering services or that you are building a rocket, it's really important that it works. So many of the people working in the space sector are actually experts. But I also want to highlight all what I think is fun in the space sector. So this is some of the picture from me. You can see that I'm really happy on one of the images. I was so lucky to meet students in Trondheim who built the first satellite who is actually flying in space, and was so happy to actually touch item that is in space. This is SelfieSat, who is taking selfie from space, totally built of student, with student, and also sent up with SpaceX some years ago. They are now trying to build a satellite who can grow a plant in space. So why do I want to say it? Yes, because the young people is also a really important part of where the space industry will be in the future. So, okay, we have a lot of people who is expert and have been in the space industry for many years. That is important, but it's also important that the young people is joining this industry to try to push it further and also take up important subject like sustainability, risk compliant, and to make a resilient industry for the future. And on the other picture, you can see me on the stage right before NASA is going to stage. That would also kind of a highlight. You can have some glitter and glam. And we also try to go around and meet students and try to explain what we are doing. 70 to 80% of people working in KSAT are engineers, but we have experts in all fields. So we have lawyers, we have people working with economics, we have people with all sorts of different engineering backgrounds. So it's not like one thing that is, you have to do this thing and then you can work with space. That's not true. And I really like the formal speakers who says that, okay, you have to be driven, you have to show that you really want to do it, and then you can actually use your background into the space sector to try to drive it further into the future. And I really feel that we are in a break of something new. We know that with SpaceX, the new space sector was coming, but now we actually see that so many satellites coming up. So it will be more opportunity in the space sector for the future. 550, yes, I said that. So, what is important for us? In KSAT, yeah, we are connecting space and Earth, but I just wanted to say a little bit about how I feel the culture is in my company, but also the companies and the people I meet outside my company. Because I really feel that the space sector is a really place where people, yeah, they want the same thing. So they are inclusive. I think they are really into diversity, and they really help each other, I will say. In many, many years, KSAT have had strong collaboration with different companies from all around the world. And sometimes you think that the space industry is big, but in that sense, it's not that big. So if this is what you really want, you just have to find out the right path, and then I really hope that is an opportunity for you. So I can say briefly, in KSAT, the main thing we are working with is ground network. That's the communication between the antennas and space. So in KSAT, we don't own or build any satellites. Many people think that, but we don't. We just provide the satellite owner with the communication they need to really provide the service they need. In Earth observation, we are world leading in oil spill detection and also vessel detection and as well ice monitoring. But we see that it's shifting to illegal fishery is become a more wanted services, and that also is incredibly important for the future and the sustainability of the world. And we went through the antennas, so I will just go through that. So I actually didn't tell yesterday why Svalbard and why the location is perfect, but I think we have touched upon it. If you see the purple area, that's the area where you actually can talk to a satellite, where you can have the connection. So an antenna can point out to the satellite with the right RF communication, and then they can get down the data and send it to the customers. So one polar satellite go around the world 14 times each day, and 14 times you can actually talk to the satellites from Svalbard. So, like I said, in the space industry, we need all of you. Of course, the STEM is it's really important by building and doing some of the engineering. But at the same time, it's not only that. We need the people who take care of the people. We need the salespeople, we need the project manager, we need the lawyers, we need the academics. So, and I think we're going to see that there will come more opportunities while the industry actually are growing. And if you are interested in KSAT, because I have to talk from my perspective, you can also go in and check out our career site. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. So, space at your career. Do you have Italians working for KSAT now?
Yes, we have.
Many?
2.
Okay, you can be the third. Numero 3. We're running out of time, but perhaps we have 1 or 2 questions. Do we have any questions online? No? 2 questions. Very short question.
Okay, I'll try to be as short as I can. So first of all, thank you. I am one of the tutor of the course in Space Policies and Institution of COE. We are all here. There are people and there are also other people online. So thank you for these 2 days. They were very, very interesting. My question is for Ms. Christensen. Basically, yesterday you were talking about the work of KSAT in the field of plastic in the ocean. So I was wondering if the Earth observation technology that you have can help with this kind of issue of pollution in the marine environment. I also talked with Ms. Moldeklev, and that was yesterday from the Norwegian embassy. She said that if you have a great plastic bag, it can be spotted from the space, but there's still problem with the spotting small waste, and I think that that's the problem in the Arctic. There is not still a great plastic bag, but it's going there and it's flowing from Europe and North America. So I was wondering if there is, what are the state of technology nowadays? What are the perspectives to take care of Earth from this point of view?
Thanks, Teresa.
I can just say it on a high level, but last week we were in Bodø, where we had a project who was actually pitching for a new idea about another wrapping than plastic. So I actually think for the future and the youth, I really hope that we find other ways to really pack things than plastic, because as long as we are using plastic, I think it will be a concern. But what we see, and you can take plastic or you can take critical infrastructure or you can use other things, it's a lot of services that we haven't delivered from space to Earth yet, but you can almost do anything. But you know, when you are out and working with customers, they also have to be willing to pay for the services. That is important. So when we are trying to reach to new opportunities, we have to see what can we do and what do people want. So is an important part. But I think we will see that more and more services will be delivered from space. And from Norway's perspective, we have been focusing on the maritime sector because we are a maritime nation. But I think we will have other services in the future, and we are looking to other opportunities as well. And that was the end of but I had with me some stuff. So if you want it, this is like an image of algae blooming, a satellite image. So just take it. I have left it in the end of this room.
Thanks. The last short question from a lady down there.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. And my question is towards, whoever feel like responding to my question regarding the youth participation in this field. In general, there is regarding the job market, and there is a general sense of distrust from on behalf of young people because they feel like there are some barriers or some kind of obstacles that make it difficult to enter the job market in general. And for people who are of interest in this field, do you believe that it is easier to approach and maybe find some opportunities to join the research, or again, like even if related to technology and engineer, but also for some people that are more like interested in the political aspect related to this field, do you think it is more welcoming than others maybe? Like what are your opinion in this regard? Thank you.
Yeah, do you
want to answer that, Antonio?
I'm happy to, share my thoughts. I feel like
a short answer, please.
Yes. I don't think anything is easy, but you could say that the space sector today, I think, is in a great expansion point. So we need more talents to be recruited. I can tell you, we speak regularly with companies and space agency. There is a huge demand for engineers, but also for lawyers, for economic specialists, policy making. We really need more young people. The European Space Agency is about to enter a new hiring wave because there is a huge retirement coming up. And so there's going to be plenty of opportunities. But like I said, they will not come to you automatically. You will need to make yourself known and, do your part. But I think compared to other sectors that may be oversized and overflown with demand, I think the space sector is more welcoming to young people, at least in our experience.
Thanks a lot. Give a hand to the panel online and here. I will in 1 minute give the word to Agostino Pinna, which will give some closing remarks. But first, on behalf of the Norwegian delegation from the Arctic, I will say, in 11 months, there will be Olympic Winter Games in Italy, as you know. Thousands and thousands and thousands of persons will come from Norway and Sweden and Finland to watch the Olympic Games. Norway will, as always, be the best nation. But I know that if we take athletes from the Arctic Norway, Arctic Sweden, Arctic Finland, and Alaska would, the Arctic would probably, at least, they're one nation, which probably would have been the second or third best nation in the Winter Olympics, perhaps after Norway, perhaps after the United States, and perhaps after even Italy. So, some years ago, the Olympic Games was held in Norway. And after the Games, the president of the Olympic Committee said, this has been the best Winter Games ever. I'm sure that the Olympic Winter Games in Milano, Val di Fiemme, and Cortina also will be one of the best Olympic Games ever. Why do I say that? I would say that because I will say thank you to Alessandra, the girls, and some boys at SEOI. This has been the best Arctic connections ever. Grazie tante. And then I give the word to Agostino Pinna, Special Envoy for the Arctic, Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. La parola è tua.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, so good afternoon. So we are at the end of these 2 days of very good symposium, seminar, so I will conclude it. So first of all, I would like to thank the SEOI for organizing. The role of SEOI in promoting the Italian engagement in the Arctic has been instrumental since the beginning when Italy requested the status of observer to the Arctic Council, which was accepted in 2013. And also, as always been also in the previous edition, always a very good opportunity, occasion to strengthen the relation between Italy and Norway, and maybe, but maybe not. Norway is the main partner of Italy in the Arctic. We have a wide range of joint initiative in the fields of scientific research, business, education, and we should continue to explore every chance of collaboration. I will try to summarize a little bit so what we have been discussing in those 2 days, and also shortly presenting the Italian vision for the Arctic now. So first of all, Italy, this event helps Italy in finding increasing our weight as non-Arctic state in the dialogue on multiple aspects of the Arctic. We would like to be recognized more and more as a country which wants to be a player in the Arctic more than before. And all the speakers underlined in these 2 days of work that the Arctic is in a very fluid and dynamic phase, and of course, due to the effects of the climate change, is rapidly transforming the static nature it had in the past. So the growing accessibility of the Arctic Ocean is the turning point of this new scenario. Also, we have the case of Greenland is also symptomatic of these changes. And of course, in spite of this, we can say, transformation of the Arctic in the theater of a new great game between the major powers, Italy remains very much committed to keep the Arctic as an area of low tension and high level of cooperation. For that, we deeply appreciated the Norway chairship of the Arctic Council, which is going to end next May, which was able to achieve a resumption of the not divisive activities after the crisis caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I think we are very much in line with the vision of Norway for the development of the Arctic. In fact, it's true that the well-known formulation that what happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic is also true now the other way around, because the international tension increasingly affected the Arctic region. But for that, we need a vision inspired by the idea of an Arctic Council capable of shielding itself from geopolitics and continuing its path according to the rule of international law and the values of international scientific research for a better future of the planet. Italian engagement in the Arctic will remain very much based on scientific research, but of course, in the elaboration of the new document of the Italian strategy for the Arctic, which was mentioned already before by several speakers, Italy, of course, is taking into consideration the growing importance of these new challenges, particularly represented by security and economic matters. Of course, there are more and more interconnected issues in the Arctic, and we are convinced that we believe that only a comprehensive approach is the key, is the right way to address the Arctic in a proper way. The event, the Arctic Connection 2026, was very much focused on economic cooperation in the space, and we also observe other opportunities for Italian companies in other sectors. First of all, maybe infrastructure development, energy, defense, minerals, blue economy, merchant shipping, and Italian companies are ready to, with their advanced technological expertise, to be more and more involved in the Arctic in the next years and decades. We have also to take into account that the environmental sustainability of our economic interest in the Arctic, because they must benefit local indigenous people. We must not forget, never forget, that the Arctic is one of the most vulnerable area of our planet, and there are very rapid and damaging transformation with possible devastating consequences on biodiversity, infrastructure, local infrastructure, and the way of life indigenous peoples, and we have also to consider all this. Regarding the space, I think it has been agreed. There was a general agreement in these 2 days that space is maybe less controversial. Is a thing where we can work very well together. So, and as all the panelists analyze, Space and Earth Observation Program look at our planet for the benefit of all the citizens and promote a monitoring and prevention action, which is good for everyone. The progress of space infrastructure and satellite-based services is generally positive for the sustainable development of the Arctic, and this contributes to solving connectivity problems, to improve the regional climate and ice monitoring, and as well to protect the environment, detect illegal activities at sea, and in general, the satellite enables safe shipping, sustainable management of resources, pollution preparedness, and weather observation. So space maybe is less controversial in comparison with other economic activities, and was certainly a good idea to focus this year Arctic Connection on this issue, but I'm sure that next year you will find another topic which will again be strategic and important for the future. So in general, concluding, so we are all tired after 2 days of works. I would like to thank again all the participants, to the friends who came from Norway, the different institute, the Nord University, the Fridtjof Nansen Institute, all the organizations which have been involved in this event, and I wish to you all the best so that we can meet again next year for the 7th edition of Arctic Connection, again here in Seoul, or maybe in Norway, or somewhere else, or in other Italian cities. So let's see, let's work for that. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.